guys over here so you guys can see me. There you are. Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. How's everyone doing? I forgot to turn on a very important feature smooth. There we go. Well, focus and smooth. Hello everyone. Welcome. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hello, hello. I've had a rather busy day today. If you guys have been in my Discord, you guys would know what I've been up to. Before I get to talking too much, let me check to see if the streams have started yet or not. Not yet. Okay. As some of you might be able to tell from the title down there, the title down there, we're currently waiting for the Monster Hunter digital event, April digital event 2023 to start. So yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm really looking forward to TU5. I have to admit, some assholes on Twitter have kind of spoiled me with regards to some of the stuff, the data mine stuff that people have discovered. So I think I have a rough idea of some of the stuff that's being announced today, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't know everything. All I've heard is that one very particular monster might be coming. So we're gonna find out. Well, we're gonna find out together. Also, I want to test something out. I want to see how. Oh, this is my home world. I want to see how this works as far as theater works. I'm trying to figure out if I can get rid of this. There's a table down here that I don't want to be here if possible. That is a screen. I don't know if I can remove this table. Can I get rid of that table? Question mark? I see a lot of buttons here. Pick up, reset, mirror, local, big screen. Oh wow, I can make it even bigger. That might be. I'm trying to figure out if the big screen is good or not. The problem is this table here. Can I get rid of this at all? Mirror local. What's this? There's another mirror. That is a player selector. I don't know what the fuck that is. There's another mirror. Doesn't look like I can get rid of this table. Maybe I'll just put myself in a spot where the table isn't an issue. Hang on, let's try to set up the camera properly. I want to make sure that the screen takes up most of the view. Hang on. What if we use big screen and How's this look? This might work actually. Yeah, I think this works. Yeah, this works. Okay. Yeah, we're currently waiting for the One Santa Digital event to go live, so yeah, we'll wait right here until it actually goes live. Hang on. Let me switch that to wall so that I can move around without worrying about messing that up. Let me double check the event to see if they've started yet. They haven't. Okay, so guys, before we start the stream today, I went to watch the Mario movie. Yeah, the Mario movie. Have you guys seen the Mario movie? I know that a lot of people probably would have seen it anyway. Well, seen it already because, well, my country got the Mario movie quite late. I think our Mario movie release was like, what, 3-4 weeks after the US and Western release, so yeah. But I can say it's a fun movie. It's not like, how do I describe the Mario movie? It is I wouldn't compare it to the Sonic movie because the Sonic movie had a slightly different feel to it. If I would say that the Sonic movie appealed to teenagers and young adults mainly, the Mario movie appealed to all ages, children all the way to adults kind of thing. It's a very well-made, fun movie. That's probably the best way I could describe the Mario movie. Well-made, fun movie for the whole family. If you wanted to, hang on, I have to mess with something. Give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. Wait. I think I can describe it this way. The Mario movie was like a theme park. A theme park, you know. It starts out in one place, and then it moves on into another place, and then it moves on to the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing. You know, that's the best way I can describe it. It takes you from the beginning, which starts out, you know, in the real world. It's technically an isekai movie, and then it goes into this roller coaster ride into the Mushroom Kingdom, and then it goes on into the Mushroom Kingdom itself, and then it goes to there and there and there and there. The Mario movie is best described as a theme park, almost like a theme park experience of as many different Mario experiences that they could cram into a single movie and have it be a coherent story. So it's a fun theme park ride essentially. Yeah, if you like Mario, you'll have fun with it. It's a decently well-made movie. Not groundbreaking, but yeah, very well made. Hi, Kaku. Oh, talking about Mario? Yeah. Talking about Mario a little bit before the Monster Hunter stuff starts. The streams haven't started yet. I'm keeping an eye on both the YouTube and Twitch side, and neither has started yet. So we're waiting for them to start. Hang on, let me grab something. I need the fucking controller. Can I grab this or no? No?
Really?
Really? I can't grab this?
Okay, fine. Later I'm gonna have to come back here and fix that.
Oh. Yeah, I went to watch the Mario movie with Naomi earlier.
And, getting into the
Proper spot after moving is always a pain. Oh.
I will say that one thing okay, this technically happens in the first 5 minutes of the movie. Wait, not even the first 5 minutes, the first like 3 minutes of the movie. So, minor spoiler within the first 3 minutes, if you care about that. You guys know that Chris Pratt is voicing Mario, right? And a lot of people were wondering why Mario's original voice actor, Charles Martinet, some guy named Charles Martinet, who's iconic for Mario voice. A lot of people were wondering why they didn't get him to voice Mario, but I'm happy to report Charles Martinet is in the movie. The iconic Mario voice. Woohoo! Woohoo! He's in the movie. He makes a cameo.
Multiple cameos, in fact. So, yeah.
Even though they didn't get him to voice the main character, if you guys are fan on the original Mario voice, you'll be glad to know that yes, he is in the movie.
He's in the movie, and he does make an appearance.
Not as Mario, but yeah, they do surprisingly quite a lot of nods to him.
So, yeah. Speaking of Monster Hunter, usually should get started with the event quests. You've been neglecting them since hiring.
Well, I've only really done the event quest that gives laid armor, and even then I don't usually get it all. Yeah, to be honest, the event quest in Rise is nowhere near as fun as the event quest in World.
The event quest in World was so much more fun. They made it an event and stuff.
And there's so few crossovers. Hopefully, once we get to 6th gen, the crossovers will return again.
An alert to the event showcase, then you're gonna go stream? Alright.
The
event showcase is starting in 6 minutes, so
hang on a second, I need to
scratch my eyes a little bit. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. The showcase is scheduled to start at in 5 minutes from now. The problem is that usually the stream starts quite a while before the actual showcase starts, so we're gonna find out together just how much time we have before the actual showcase starts. They usually have some kind of pre-show before that, so and Numi okay,
why am I losing tracking so much? Shouldn't be losing tracking this much. Is there anything around that could be affecting my tracking? Doesn't look like it. Strange. Maybe these things?
Oh. Okay, since it stopped. Oh yeah.
Now what was I?
What was I talking about?
You guys remember what I was talking about? I kinda lost my train of thought.
Oops.
Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought.
What was I talking about?
Anyone help remind this
Old man. What the fuck he was talking about? Something to me. Oh, right.
Numi was so happy to when I was watching the movie with Numi. He was so happy that the Toad in Mario did not sound like this. In fact,
I don't think any Toad sounded like this. They're all really adorable.
yeah, none of the Toads sounded like that. Although what was his name? Michael Keepe or whatever. Michael Keegan, whatever his fucking name is. I keep forgetting his name. He was a really cute Toad.
Super adorable. The Toads are so cute. Every time I see a Toad, I feel like I want to buy a Toad plushie.
I would totally buy a Toad plushie. The Toad plushies are so adorable.
Their little big head.
Well, they have a big head, big round head,
cute round face, little round butt, and little tiny feet.
Aw, the Toads are so adorable. And I was kind of sad that there was no Toad that sounded like this. But Numi was so happy that none of them sounded like that.
Damn. I kind of wish that they would have paid homage to,
that particular Toad voice, but oh well.
Oh well.
No Toad voice for me. Other than that, Jack Black.
Jack Black as Bowser is amazing.
Jack Black's Bowser stole the show, really. Jack Black is just slightly crazy enough to do the Bowser that they had in the movie. Chris Pratt's Mario was okay. Luigi was okay. Everyone else like Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Cranky Kong, they were okay.
Um,
I'm actually surprised that they did not. I mean, they put a lot of references to all the Mario games in the movie, but I'm surprised that they did not put a reference to Mario Sunshine. Unless I blinked and I missed it or something, but it didn't. They put references to so many different Mario games, like you've seen any trailer, you would have seen references to Luigi's Mansion. You would have seen reference to a whole bunch of different Mario stuff, but there was no reference at all to Mario Sunshine, at least none that I noticed.
I'm surprised that there wasn't any. Unless I missed it. It's entirely possible I could have missed it, so yeah. You wonder why? You wonder why what? You wonder why there was no Toad voice? Why you guys?
Why you guys hate Toad so much?
Toad is adorable. Especially when he talks like this!
Let me see. Have the stream started yet? Okay, it appears that the Twitch site is... Oh.
Okay.
Yep, they're about to start. Okay, time for me to prepare the stream over here.
Let me...
Trying to see if I can get it to work right. Please work. Are you gonna work?
Are you gonna work or no?
Hang on. It's the Monster Hunter? Okay. Okay, hang on. I'm checking the Monster Hunter live showcase right now. It's kinda loading now. Please load.
Live.
Is it working or no?
Nope, it's working. It's working.
Yep, we got it.
We got it.
Right. Max resolution.
Um,
And then we put it higher resolution.
I'm trying to give you guys the best resolution possible.
Hang on, what's the highest resolution on Twitch site? 1080p 60. Okay, 1080p 60 is the highest resolution Twitch site. So,
yep, okay.
big screen time.
Okay, got it. We got it, chat.
Here we are.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Here we go. Right. Well, technically, we still have yeah, technically we still have 13 minutes before the actual
thing starts. You guys looking forward to anything?
For the title update 5?
Anything you guys looking forward to?
Okay, do I need to adjust the screen at all?
Let me see.
Okay, let me... How about if I use flying to...
Oh.
Let me adjust the screen a little bit more.
How's that?
How's that look?
Everything looking good? We good? We good? We good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that works.
Okay.
Is the coffee bag too distracting?
You know what?
I think the coffee bag is too large. Let me make the coffee bag smaller.
12 minutes I sleep.
It's fine. It's just
12 minutes. We can
you know, drink coffee, drink some coffee or something, drink some teh tai. In fact, I'm gonna drink coffee right now. Where's my coffee?
I need coffee. Where's my coffee? Okay, yeah.
Here's my coffee. Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking, as long as you're here for the moment chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, water, anything. As long as you're here, everyone. Going in 3,
2, 1. Goodbye. Cheers, everyone.
Oops.
Oh. Okay.
New layer weapons. Wait,
Is this the old one or?
this is the old one, isn't it? That was the old one, right? The old, like,
Toy weapon DLC.
same as you are for TU5. Not sure what you want to. And for anomaly investigations, well, we're gonna find out. I saw your message, by the way. You just... Wait, why am I... There we go. Okay, so you just reached anomaly rank 200. Good job, good job. Are you ready to have to grind to anomaly rank 300 now? Are you ready? Are you ready for the grind to anomaly rank 300? Aren't you excited for the grinding hell that never ends?
In an impenetrable veil of snow.
If Amatsu isn't announced, you'll be sad.
Creatures.
We're about to find out.
See gray.
We'll see.
I really hope for Ryzen Volcana and Ryzen Malzeno at the very least. We need those two in the anomaly investigations. Ryzen Volcana and Ryzen Malzeno. Because honestly, Volcana is weak sauce. At least the standard Volcana is weak sauce. We need
We need a Ryzen Volcana.
to really make us, shit our pants.
Looks so very chaotic. Like all investigation.
Oh, we're gonna be grinding those fucking investigations forever. Although to be fair, the last title update 4, the anomaly investigation cap was raised to 220, so maybe they'll be nice to us and not make the next breakpoint at 200, at 300. Hopefully, if they introduce a new breakpoint, it's only at 220 rather than 300. I swear, if it's fucking 300. Well, I want to think about it.
I want to fucking think about it. You wouldn't mind having to relive a similar experience to hunting Archtemple Volcana in Once on the World Iceborne?
I actually really enjoyed Archtemple Volcana in Iceborne. The only thing I didn't like about AT Volcana was the time limit for AT Volcana, because I felt like the time limit for AT Volcana was way too short. I really wish that the time limit for AT Volcana didn't almost make the quest like a race against time rather than just fighting the monster. Although I was able to solo it, so in the end, AT Volcana still wasn't as much a race against time as Fatalis or Alatrion, but still, the time pressure was just noticeable for me.
You know,
The Exalted One's awakening is simply the
That
first
was-
step towards the birth of a brand new
The
world.
time was short enough that it was just about noticeable for me.
and
To be born.
Took me, I think, 2-3 hunts in order to successfully solo AT Volcana.
We won't let you awaken it.
Had to really optimize my combos against her.
learn how to
Optimize all my sword and shield combos. Know exactly when to dodge, when to go for quick hits, when to commit to that whatever that sword slash combo thing. I keep forgetting what it's called. Yeah, because I'm a tank hunter, I had to really learn to optimize my
combo flow. You didn't like getting one shot?
I didn't get one shot, but then again, I was a tank hunter. I actually didn't like Volcana's AT music, believe it or not, because I felt that the music was a bit too busy. I prefer her original music, as opposed to her AT music, but that's just me.
Hmm.
This is our outpost.
True / combo. Whatever it was called, yeah, the true / combo, I think.
Also the Furious Rajang.
Oh, I love the Furious Rajang quest. Arc-tempered Furious Rajang. I love that quest. That was my relaxation quest in Monster Hunter World Iceborne.
There's a Monster Hunter streamer on Twitch, and back.
Sometimes I still talk to him every now and then, but yeah, when he was streaming and I was chilling in his chat, I was like, I just told them that Arc-tempered Furious Rajang was my relaxation monster in Iceborne, and they looked at me like I was fucking insane.
AT Werner.
AT Werner was fun.
You know, just as I developed a sword and shield combo for AT Volcana, I developed a insect glaive build specifically for AT Furious Rajang.
I specifically built a insect glaive set for AT Rajang. That was fun. I'm looking forward to getting back into insect glaive again. I've been waiting until I told myself I was going to wait until Title Update 5 to come out before I were to excuse me, burping.
Yeah, I told myself I was gonna wait until Title Update 5 before I were to invest in the time and energy to create a proper, fully updated IG set, because like,
fuck RNG, fuck that shit is awful. No way in hell was I going to invest the time and resources into rolling for good IG stuff when I know that the next title update might just make me replace it. So yeah, fuck that shit. I told myself I was going to wait until Title Update 5 and we know the full extent of what we were going to get.
And then build an IG set once I can theorycraft and just aim for one build image.
My gunless is more than enough to get me there. As much as you wanted Alachion Renders to be your warm-up, most of them didn't go as planned since... Oh, I fucking hated Alachion. I hate Alachion. In fact, Alachion is my specifically World's version of Alachion is my most hated monster out of all monsters in the entirety of Monster Hunter. And I started back in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. I have never raged so hard against a monster as I did against fucking World Alachion. I hope they never bring shit like that back ever again. I raged so hard. Yes, I beat him. Yes, I soloed him. But the path to get there was not fun. The path to beating him was not fun. I just wanted to beat him and get it over with and never look back at him ever again. So that's exactly what I did. Outside of helping friends get past Alachion, I never fought him again after that.
Yeah. It's just... I hated him so much.
You can solo Alachion, but not fighting.
I made it a point to try to make sure I can solo all the monsters.
The only monster I failed to solo in world was Safijiva, because Safijiva honestly is a very bleh hunt. But he was meant to be a raid monster, so yeah, I can kind of understand why even after they retuned him to allow solo, it's still very meh.
Oh, okay, time to go. Time for the TU5.
Let's go, chat.
Let's go.
Hello, dear hunters. Long time no see.
Here
In
we go.
today's
Here
digital
we go.
event,
Here we go.
I will
Here we
be
go.
sharing some info on Title Update 5, version 15. And since this was a request from Elder Fugen himself, I'm here in Kamura. I came all the way from Elgato, raring to go, but something seems off.
Oh,
The Elder
Oh.
is nowhere to be seen. Did
Oh.
something happen?
where's Fugen?
What is this wind? No, it couldn't possibly be.
What?
What? Couldn't possibly be what?
What? What's going on? What's going on?
What's going on?
I already died once.
What?
I have nothing left to
What?
lose.
Who?
What?
What? What's this? What's this?
Is that Amatsu? Amatsu? Amatsu! Amatsu! Fucking Amatsu! Oh my god! Oh god!
I will slay my mortal enemy.
Oh wow, since when did he become so emo? What's that? Ryzen Shaggy? Oh, Ryzen Shaggy, okay.
Ryzen Shaggy? Okay.
I was kind of wondering when we were gonna get Ryzen Shaggy.
But I guess we're getting it now.
Okay. Special investigations.
What?
What? Take on the toughest monsters. What the hell does that mean?
What? Event quest? What?
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 That is a very huge Furious Raijang.
This is the life.
Ooh, is that... Wait. Amatsu always have those weird patterns on him?
Farewell, and stay safe.
Wait, did Amatsu always have those patterns on him? The red and orange glow, was that always on him?
Now I know why I was feeling so restless. The villagers are trying to fight off an Amatsu. I hope they are all safe. Let me fill you in on everything I currently know. Known as the Looming Calamity, this Elder Dragon can control the weather at will. It is commonly known as Amatsu. Once it starts to show its true power, storms begin to rage and lightning starts to strike. It was even said that it had once destroyed an entire city. It is truly a god of destruction.
Oh my god!
Fortunately, Kamura has the Fierce to protect it. Surely they will disperse the darkness and return the peace. I've also received reports of a new risen Elder Dragon, Shigaru Magana. It's used its overwhelming power to dominate the Curia. It should prove every bit as relentless as the other risen Elder Dragons. Take caution and prepare well for a difficult fight. Amatsu will be available at MR10
Oh God.
or higher, and risen
Noobs can
Shigaru
challenge him.
Magana at MR180 or higher.
Okay, that's easy. We've already long
You
since
will
passed
also
that.
be able to forge new equipment from their materials.
Oh,
Oh, that looks sexy.
There are even some new skills to be gained, so it is worth the effort for sure.
Wow, sexy male armor.
that's a first.
Anomaly
Two
content.
risen Elder Dragons will be added to Anomaly research quests
Oh,
and the Anomaly Investigations level test. will be raised to 300. There's
Reason
a nice
Shaggy
update
and
to
Reason
the melding pot as
fucking-
well. A new feature called Curious Melding will be added.
Huh?
It allows
that?
for even better melding using afflicted materials.
Oh?
This should make your skill customization a lot easier.
What? Even more melding options?
A
Really?
new quest type will be added
Really?
for
More melding?
experienced hunters. They're called Special Investigations.
Oh, what's this?
Special investigations feature monsters with a variety of powers.
But
such
even
as
more
increased
power-ups?
strength and wider breath attacks. These are the toughest versions of these monsters you'll face. To unlock a special investigation, you need to complete an anomaly investigation at level 300.
Fucking 300! Are you fucking
These
serious?
quests are not for the faint of heart. Of course, there will be new event quests as well. You can earn various rewards, such as poses and layered armor. The Blood Malice layered armor is a joint effort between Elgato and Kimura. Make sure you don't miss out on this valiant-looking armor, forged by the best blacksmiths of both bases.
Welcome to the grinding
An
anomalies.
immaculate muscular masterpiece. I'm sure Jay will love this one.
Are you fucking serious? Anomaly research level 300?
They're just
Ah!
With these, I could hop about the hunting fields without a care in the world.
I don't even care about anything else anymore. Fucking
From now on,
Anomaly
I shall stick to the script that
300!
Guildmaster Hojo wrote for me. I guess I'm supposed to speak all fancy now? Fio Radio.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
The song playing now is called Beyond the Endless Deep Blue, chill version. Part of the Monster and Elgato Music chill version, BGM Pack, an excellent piece to relax and study to. As cherry blossoms start to fall, it's time to show you the new lineup of paid DLC. Version 15 will add layered armor, hunter voices, face paint, hairstyles, special stickers, and even a new costume set. I'll highlight a few of the new items here for you today. We've got a set of special stickers that have been growing in popularity lately. Apparently, they were drawn by Minoto herself. I recommend you use them together
Oh,
with
God.
her layered armor, available since version 14.
You know, I have a friend who uses
Now,
that dog
some news from
armor.
Elgato Studio.
Uh,
The voices of Sir Jay and Oboro the Merchant will be available as paid DLC. Jay the Enthusiast
Did someone order some pain?
and Oboro the personification of calmness.
All bets are off.
They couldn't be more different, but they're both lovely. And here's a letter from Elgato's genius scientist. Sup, everybody. Y'all like my do? Well, now you can
Alright.
totally copy it if you want. Thanks for those words of wisdom, Mr.
Oh,
Genius.
great.
May your
We can have
hairstyle be as
cornrow
popular as
throw
your
thing.
personality. Time to wrap things up while relaxing to Legends of Ages Past, chill version. Until next time. See you soon, Break.
is that it?
Let's go over everything one more time.
Okay.
Free Title Update
Okay,
5,
let's-
version 15, is releasing on April 20th, 2023.
Oh, tomorrow.
It will introduce Amatsu and Risen Shigaru Magala, as well as several updates to Anomaly research content. There will be new paid DLC and free event quests, so I hope you look forward to the rewards. Monster Hunter Rise is also available on Xbox Series X, S, Xbox One, Windows, PlayStation 5, and PlayStation 4. And the massive expansion, Sunbreak, will release on April 28th.
Well,
At
you
launch,
guys are
it will include
on
all
the
free
Windows
content
and
for version
consoles.
13. Version 14
There you go.
only will be available after summer 2023, so keep an eye out for more information. I cannot believe we have to deal with an Amatsu now. We must stop it from annihilating the village. Komura Village is in need of your help once again. The lives of the villagers are in your hands, the fierce.
June? Is there more title? Is there more title updates? Wait, more? More?
Something's off.
More? More?
It's time
Oh.
to end this.
Bonus update? Oh! Ooh, title update 6? Oh! Wait, what the? Variant? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I couldn't see that. What the fuck was that? They teased the variant. Hang on. We're gonna go back to that. Is it done? Is it done? Is it done? Okay, so. Let's all set it out and let me refresh. Yeah, good. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna go through everything we just saw together. Chat. We're gonna go through everything we just saw together. Okay, give me a second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so let me put on some music. We're gonna go through everything we just saw together. Yep, it's over. Okay. We're gonna go back and watch what we just saw, but we're going to focus on we're gonna start at what the fuck was that at the end. Okay, hang on, let me swap my stuff over. Where the hell is my... There it is. Okay, hang on. Let me just... Okay, hang on. Okay, let us see what was that at the end? Let me bring you guys over here. There you go. Okay, we're going to switch over to my browser and right. Hang on. Is the post-processing making me look see-through here? Hang on a second. Give me a second. Where the fuck is the menu I'm looking for? There we go. Allow transparency. Yeah, hang on, I'm see-through. Hang on, let me fix that. There we go. Okay. I'm not see-through anymore. Don't worry, guys. I'm not a ghost. Right. So. Right. Let us look at whatever the fuck that was at the end. Let me make this bigger. Okay, what the fuck was that? Oh wait, we don't need sounds, I think. Unless you guys want to listen to what the fuck she's saying.
Hang on. Last edition of
It's
Monster.
time to end this.
Bonus update.
Okay. So, yeah, adding a title update 6.
Okay, what the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that?
Variant Malzeno, is it?
Is that a
Is that a Variant Malzeno?
it looks like a
Does that look like a Variant Malzeno to you?
it does, doesn't it?
The wings looks like a Malzeno. You can see in the chest.
Yeah.
Variant Malzeno. Okay, so I was kind of wondering why. If we go through most of the update, as you can see, is just Amatsu and Shaggy, and Amatsu, Shaggy, and Ryzen Valstrax being added to anomalies. I was wondering where the other Elder Dragons were. Ryzen Volcana, Ryzen Malzeno, you know?
But I'm guessing they're saving that for June.
Final bonus update.
So
I guess they decided to extend the title update
over to
Hang on, let me bring up Poke Village again.
there we go. So we have some nice music. So yeah. It's nice of them to add another bonus title update.
Similar to what we experienced with Xeno'jiiva. Possibly, who knows, but they specifically say variant, so expect it to be purple. Hopefully we'll get a Ryzen form of Malzeno or whatever this variant Malzeno is gonna be. Hopefully we get Ryzen Volcana. I'll feel sad if there's no Ryzen Volcana because normal Volcana is weak sauce. We need a proper dangerous form of Volcana. And we're not getting that. If we were to go back to the parts where they talk about the new updates to... Let me go to the part where they talk about the updates to the Ryzen.
Okay, we have Amatsu here. Amatsu looks so cool. Can't wait on him.
His moves look gigantic. He even has a... That looks... Okay, hang on.
Hang on.
That looks like he hits the entire arena, doesn't it? You can see hunters all around him get lifted up.
That might hit the entire arena. So, well, looking forward to hunting it.
And it's surprisingly it's coming out tomorrow, so
It's very soon. Can't wait to hunt him.
we have Ryzen Shaggy being added. Special investigations. take on the toughest monsters. We already know that in order to get these fucking special investigations, we have to get to fucking Anomaly Research 300. Oh my fucking god. They're going to lock a bunch of... They're gonna put a bunch of really powerful unlocks behind these special investigations, aren't they? Really important decals and shit. I swear, they are going to put a whole bunch of really important decals behind those. Behind that unlock. Ah, fuck. Oh my fucking god. I'm not looking forward to fucking another 100 levels of fucking anomaly grind. That's gonna be fucking hell.
Yeah, I've got a bed eye. Good night, anime. Sleep well.
You're gonna head up to... Okay, enjoy your stream, Kagu. I think I'm going to get started on the fucking anomaly grind right now and start... maybe we'll do some hunts. Oh, we're going to switch to desktop mode and do some hunts.
What do you guys think? Good, switch to desktop mode, do some hunts.
Get started on the fucking grind. I don't think I've reached anomaly research cap 220 yet, so if I can get to 220, then it'll be a fucking... At least get that out of the way. I'm not looking forward to fucking... I am not fucking looking forward to this. I'm happy that Ryzen Valstrax is being added to... Yep, I'm happy that Ryzen Valstrax is being added to Anomaly Research still. I expect to get reamed in the ass repeatedly by Anomaly Ryzen Valstrax because normal Ryzen Valstrax is already terrifying, and I fully expect this guy to be even crazier in Anomaly. And I can't imagine how tough he is when he's the powered up version. Oh god, that's gonna be fucking hell.
Yeah, that's gonna be we're gonna be ground pounded a lot, I feel like. Oh well.
Rising out the dragons. We raised to 300. You know, I feel like they intentionally left the cap so low in the last title update just so that they can shoot it up our asses this title update. I'm not looking forward to this. It's gonna be fucking hell. At least they're giving us a new melder. raised to 300. Melding pot update. A new curious melding will be added. Even better melding of using afflicted materials. We can finally use all the afflicted materials we've been collecting, so
that's good, I guess.
really, really powerful charms can be acquired from there apparently. Let me see what this is. Let's pay attention to this section. This section.
A new quest type will be added for experienced hunters. They're called Special Investigations. Special Investigations feature monsters with a variety of power-ups, such as increased strength and wider breath attacks. These are the toughest versions of these monsters you'll face. To unlock a special investigation, you need to complete an anomaly investigation at level 300. But beware, these quests are not for the faint of heart.
Hang on a second.
These are the toughest investigations feature monsters. A new quest type
Dire Dark Blood, Pure Ember Essence.
will be added for experienced hunters.
Dire Dark
They're
Blood,
called
Dire
Special
Slug
Investigation.
Bone, Dire Heart Claw. Are those... Could you guys double check for me? Are those new rewards? I'm not sure if those are rewards we could already earn. Hang on. Ah! Fuck! Ow! 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 Fuck! Fucking... Ow! 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 Oh! Oh! That hurt! Oh my god! Oh! Fucking... Ow! Oh god! Oh god! Yeah. Ah! Oh fuck! Ah! Oh god! Hang on! Hang on! I accidentally smashed my finger with my Vive remote. Oh god! Ow! 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 I don't think I'm bleeding this time though. Doesn't look like I'm bleeding. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a bruise. Okay, let me check. Let me check real quick. Those parts. Dire Hard Claw and stuff like that. Are those parts that we were already had available to us, or are they new? Let me see. Dire Hard Claw. Afflicted Dire Hard Claw. Those are the same parts we could already earn. And the Dire Cortex is also here, right? Yeah. Yeah, Dire Sock Blown is also here. I wonder if there isn't going to be a special unlock for doing this. Because we could already earn this. Maybe a different reward that's not being listed here? Or maybe they're just keeping it secret for now until the actual update. Entirely possible they could be keeping it secret until the actual update.
guess we'll find out once the update comes out. Well, the update will have to come out and it will have to get to fucking 300. Because fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Ugh. Fuck this shit. Fuck the grind. The grind is so fucking... Ugh. I'm not looking forward to the fucking grind. Ugh. It's gonna be so fucking annoying. Oh well, oh well. Let's get started on the grind, shall we not? Let's get started on the grind. So guys, we're gonna get started on the grind today. We are going to switch over to desktop mode. Hang on, let me switch this back to upper. Okay, there we go. And let me lock this. There we go. And okay, yeah, we're going to switch over to desktop mode and do some hunts. Get ourselves as close to anomaly research 120 as we can before tomorrow's title update. So I will be right back. Okay, let me bring this up. Why aren't you fucking... There you go. Okay, yeah. Let me bring this over here. There we go. Okay. We're going to switch over to desktop mode and do some hunts. Yeah. Yes, we're gonna do some hunts. So I will be right back, guys. You guys, I'll see you guys again in a couple minutes. Okay, just give me a couple minutes to switch to my desktop, get my controller and everything, and I'll be right back. Love you all. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, Chad. I'm here. I took me a little bit, couple extra minutes to get in because I was chatting with the people in the Marthalos Nest, which is a very large Monster Hunter community for speedrunners and speedrunner strats. They have a lot of good information there, even though I'm not a speedrunner. In fact, I'm the exact opposite of a speedrunner. I'd like to check in on the speedrunner communities because they have a lot of good info, and I can often fold their knowledge into what I do. And we're all molding about boss nerfs and the fucking anomaly ranks being increased to fucking 300. Someone from the Discord recommended that I use a mod that increases the reward multiplier. I might do that. Fucking sir. I fucking sir. Fucking anomaly rank 300. My god. This is fucking insane. The devs are fucking so much grind. And you know, I'm gonna change the subtitle. There we go. There we go. Can you now you guys can forever see how much I'm molding over the fucking grind that's about to be released to us in about 9 hours according to the time frame for the update. And you know what? You know the worst part about it is that the previous cap was 220, and but in title update 4 they increased the cap from, I think, was it 180 or 200 to 220. So the cap increase for the last title update was tiny as fuck. They didn't increase the cap at all, so we're like, oh, maybe they're not gonna increase the cap much at all anymore. But no, in title update 5 they increased it to fucking 300. From 220 to 300, and then they put a fucking unlock at 300. That's fucking good. Fucking, I swear they intentionally gave us not that much of a level cap increase for title update 4 just so that they can spring this massive increase out. Arbitrary level grind doesn't feel very Monster Hunter to me. There was level grind in some of the previous Monster Hunters, but it wasn't like this. This is the most grindy of all the grindiness. This is the most grindy that it has ever been. Bloody hell. And we thought the grinding lands was bad. Oh, fucking hell. Little did we know. The grinding lands were only the beginning. No!
They took everything they learned from the grinding lands and then stuffed it into the... combined it with... was it 4th generation? I believe the... investigation level grind was something they did in 4th generation, but I believe it wasn't as bad as this. If I'm not mistaken. From what little I know about 4th generation, I don't think it was as bad as this form of grind.
And when I did this,
Take the anomaly, the investigation grind from 4th gen, and combine it with the grinding land style grind from World, and produced a bastard child that has the worst out of both. God.
Oh well. Let's get started, shall we?
I believe I'm not at the level cap yet, so let's try to see how close we can get to the level cap.
For stream today.
And then, and we'll get started on the level grind once the update drops and the cap gets
increased. And then, we will see how slow the grind is. If the grind is especially slow, I might install the reward multiplier mod that someone from the Mercilessness pointed out to me. The reward multiplier mod will make the process a lot smoother.
Oh, by the way, I was actually also still looking at the
I was still looking at the Mercilessness, and
they were saying something that I think I want to look into. I think Capcom already released the patch notes. Let me go and see if they have the patch notes. We might read the patch notes together.
Maybe the patch notes before we actually start hunting today.
Let me see if I can find the patch notes. Because we also want to see what the buffs and nerfs are. Also under Rise patch notes, update information. No, this is Verizon. Okay, Monster Hunter Sunbreak.
Patch notes. Outline.
For Steam.
Uh,
New monsters, blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so we do have the patch notes here.
Let's go through them together.
Right, there we go.
Hey.
Yeah, before we get started today, we'll go through the patch notes together.
Let's see.
Can you see my mouse? Wait, can you see my mouse? You can't see my mouse. Okay, good. Let's see. Available, blah blah blah. Details about the content. New monster. Yeah, we already know that. New quest. Level cap for anomaly race. Yeah, we know. We know that's gonna be very painful. We know a lot about that. Well, cover armor upgrades, that's gonna be helpful. New skills have been added to potential skills. Okay, that's good. Yeah, welding block methods. You know about that? New prizes. Okay, that could be interesting. New decorations, maybe. New trinkets and hanging scrolls have been added. Okay, decorations. Afflicted materials option has been added. Yeah, they already talked about this. We're going to have a use for all the afflicted materials that we've been stockpiling. We have like hundreds, if not thousands, of afflicted materials that we haven't been using. So this will be a good use for all those materials that we're not using. Added category filter for ordering decorations mini for set decorations. Okay, that's good. Wish list, quality of life stuff. Skill pool details? Wait, what? The skill pool details option when augmenting. Are they going to finally give us the actual, what the actual skill pool is? Maybe even the drop rates instead of having to rely on data mined rates, because right now the pool of the augments for armor skills is not available in game. We have to rely on data mined stuff, data mined charts and graphs and all that, in order to Excel sheets. Essentially we have to rely on data mine Excel sheets in order to figure out what the drop rate is for all of the skills and stuff. I hope that this means they're going to actually make this information viewable in game somehow. It'll go a long way towards making the process a lot less obtuse, although technically we already have the data mined stuff. Oh. Shanji, okay, well. Alright, here comes the buffs and nerfs. Power elemental correction value for Great Sword Falling / Vortex increase. Oh, okay, buffs to GS. Increase the power of Great Sword's adamant charge / more buffs. Reduce the amount of damage taken while charging. More buff. Following, just increase the radius of the circle. Wow, buff. Remove the sheathing weapon as a condition for cancelling. Wow, buff. You can now sheath your weapon and without worrying about removing Harvest Moon. Wow, longsword. Oh, massive buff for longsword. Players will no longer be knocked back when touching the ring. Interesting. Decrease the cooldown time. Wow. Slightly increase. Okay, this is just a display thing, but wow, massive buff to Harvest Moon longsword. Fix the bug causing the long sword and shields jumping slash a combo into rising slash instead of round slash perform right after landing. I don't know if I was suffering from that bug, but I hate a sword and shield in Rise anyway, so yeah. Increase the power and elemental correction value of dual blades, demon, flurry, rush, and lunging strike. Oh, buff, okay. Increase elemental correction value of dual blade. Another buff. More buff to dual blades. Change the effectuation of lances. Anchorage from, wow, just straight up 10-second buff to lance.
Um,
Increase the power of gun lances. Wormstick cannon is... This is just a stake specifically, it's not the blast. It's okay, so they wanted to make the stake itself more a viable option for damage.
interesting.
Increase the power of gun lance shelling wide only.
Interesting buff, but then again,
Gun lance wide shelling was garbage. Nobody used wide shelling at all for shelling damage, so this is actually a nice buff for wide shelling gun lances. Elemental correction value for hammers.
okay, elemental damage buff for hammers.
Effect duration of hunting horse Silpine shockwave from... Wow, okay, 15-second buff to Silpine shockwave. Damage reduction effect to hunting horse sonic barrier.
Wow. Attacks scaling upward.
Adjusted the attack scaling upper when retrieving all three colors. Adjusted the attack scaling upward when retrieving all three colors of extract with the insect glaive? I'm not sure how to parse this. Retrieving... Does that mean that triple extract now has more attack scaling? I'm assuming this means that triple buff for IG now has higher scaling. Increase the amount of stamina. Okay, this is good. The kin sack for the insect glaive had really low stamina and rise, so this is just a straight buff. Occasionally preventing blue skull from being reverted to red. Changing weapons at the... Preventing the blue swap scroll from being reverted to the red swap scroll when changing weapons at the base camp 10. That's such a strange bug, but okay. Regular draw when performing a special draw. When using specific items in combination with control type 2. Weird bug.
Fix a bug causing play to suffer from Hellfire Blight during the fade out when entering a tent. If Hellfire
is activated, okay, it's interesting bug. Not that it matter because your statuses get cleansed when you enter the tent, but when followers appearing in the targeting record. Fix the bug where followers appearing in the targeting reticle for long range weapons could occasionally prevent it from displaying correctly. I'm guessing this bug was the targeting reticle accidentally thinking that the follower was a piece of terrain or target that it could hit, and it would cause the targeting reticule to behave weirdly in third-person mode.
That's what I'm guessing anyway. Oh, it's good that they fixed it, I guess.
Some headgear will now remain on screen when having a meal at the canteen.
Interesting fix.
Fix an issue causing police to be displayed inappropriately at buddy recon point.
Not sure what this is.
Mitigate a bug actually preventing by some company to the fact they keep attacking small sleeping monsters when they are on alert.
Okay, interesting bug.
I still wish that the cat AI would be buff so that they no longer de-aggro, but oh. Fix the bug causing followers, buddies, attacks to hit the player as well as when the buddy tries to knock the follower out of the status. Interesting. Fix the bug preventing dialogue between followers from being played with the players at camp when the quest is completed. Interesting. Keep dodging while the player returns to base camp before Ryzen. Fix the bug causing followers to keep dodging for a while the player returns to base camp right before Ryzen Crimson Glow's Valstrax's comet hits the ground. Interesting. Fix the bug preventing followers from dodging Magmala's explosion when it's in a turf war with Volcana.
Oh.
The turf war with Volcana specifically? I know I've seen it, but I've forgotten what the explosion looks like.
Oh.
Fix the bug occasionally preventing followers from participating in battle and moving normally during an anomaly investigation. Moving normally during... I think I've had this bug happen before, where followers would get stuck in the terrain. I think that's the bug. Fix the bug occasionally preventing followers quest completion dialogue from being played defamed by...
Cute. Monsters.
and being displayed correctly on the guest side when Fireman Kadaki unleashes them. Okay, that's good. Preventing attack collision of Kushala Vara's backwards swipe. I don't think I experienced this bug. Fix the bug causing Shaggy to only stay down for a short period of time after certain toppling conditions. I think I've experienced this.
It's good that he fixed it.
Fix the attack collision for Shaggy's slide attack. In physics it doesn't hit. I'm pretty sure that I got affected by this a couple of times, so it's good. Preventing seizing Basil for getting caught in traps while on the ground while performing his gliding tail dragging attack. I don't know what attack it's referring to with this. Violent Mizu's successful AoE attack explosion appears as the explosion that occurs when the attack fails on the guest side.
Interesting.
Fix the bug, occasionally preventing visual effect of Violet Mizu's failed AoE attack from being displayed on the guest side. Another interesting bug. Fix the bug causing actions of small monsters to shift Volcano's current position.
Oh.
I didn't notice this happening to me. Fix bug causing Volcano to drop account items when hit with Riven Riding. Really?
That happened? Not that I noticed.
Occasionally prevent intercalation on Ransom Chameleon's sweeping poison projectile. I didn't notice this at all. Ryzen Cavaliers was terrifying, at least in the Omni version. Ryzen Cavalier appearing in his Ryzen state on the guest side. Okay, I didn't really notice this happening to me. Yeah, and usually this occasion when Ryzen Cavaliers performs his ground slam near a ledge.
Haven't seen this?
While poison remain in place for a while. It's a wall with its spherical poison attack. Don't know what this is. Preventing something from playing when Rising Communities uses spherical poison attack twice in a row. Did you notice this? Did you notice this bug? Occasionally causing fewer tornadoes to be displayed on the guest side. I'm usually the host, so I didn't see this. Ryzen TS5 being toppled for a prolonged period of time if it leaves its Ryzen state while in the Citadel's Ryzen Mire. That's the Toad Pool.
I don't think I ever fought Hillstra in the Toad Pool. Or if I did, I didn't find it out enough, so interesting. Perform attacks is covered in dust. even when it's not the case.
Interesting. Preventing animation being played correctly when Malzeno, Shaggy, or Crimson Lord Valstrik crosses a ledge.
Interesting.
If Rajang and Fierce Rajang perform a turf war in a normal state rather than an enraged state. They have different turf wars depending on their normal and enraged state.
I didn't know that.
Play some contracting Hellfire Blood and Might Milo. Is in a turf war with Volcano. Okay, that's good. Unintended attack collision is formed when Milo is in turf war.
Okay, that's good.
Fix occasional bug. Preventing visual effects of Magnamelo's Hellfire Veil from being displayed after finishing a turf war with Volcana.
Interesting.
A lot of bugs involving Volcana, it seems. Fix an issue occasionally causing Remobra to attack Volcana while it's sleeping.
Yeah, a lot of bugs involving Volcana.
It's capable of ribbon riding, displaying properly, specific location, blah blah blah.
Whenever moving, it performs specific actions.
Hunting on endemic life. Scale lizards in the jungle from dropping Kuliaku materials in a variety of other locales. Interesting. Fix the bug causing monsters that move in the direction of a follow or play that uses. Wait. Fix the bug causing monsters to move in the direction of the follow or play that uses Stinkmink when using a Mariner Spider after set. Stinkmink? Oh, interesting. That's a very weird interaction. I never had this happen before, but then again, I rarely use a Stinkmink.
Not match plays progress. Bug. Bug. Fix the bug preventing blah blah blah.
Fix my UI bugs. My loadouts.
Blah 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 blah.
Fix bug. Fix bug. Fix the bug.
Fix the bug.
Number of anomaly point play can earn from anomaly investigation. Oh wow. Wow. They're increasing the EXP so that we can get to 220 to quicker. Ugh. But they're not going to increase it from 220 to 300. Still gonna be hell. It's about preventing Volcana from appearing as a sub-target or wild monster during anomaly. Oh, interesting. It'd be nice to finally get Volcana appearing in anomalies, causing play to receive the same quests over and over when obtaining new anomaly investigations for specific steps.
I wonder what bug you're talking about. Interesting.
Unintentional bias in selecting target monsters from a 3 or more target monsters. Don't know what this is, but doesn't apply to me because I do not go for those quests. I only go for single target quests. Bugs, hairstyles, default color paintings.
Preventing, yeah,
These are just simple cosmetic bug fixes. USP different in other lances. And having the Cloudburst X or weakened. She's in X mode.
interesting. Some insect glaze.
I don't know what this is about. Or the barrier tree. Contents, material page, blah. More bugs, more bugs, more bug fixes. Fix bug, fix bug, fix bug, bug, so many fucking bug fixes. Mitigated the occurrence of error cults which involve safe data becoming. Oh, okay, that'll be very good. Let's keep over a log though. Cash when completing a quest with a follower. Never had this bug before. Well, those are the patch notes. So the only buff that's applicable to me is this. Whenever I use the wormstick cannon. The shelling buff for wildlands is nice, but unfortunately it's only wildlands. They didn't give the shelling buff to anyone else. Oh well. Right, let's see. My anomaly research rank is 210. Let's see how far we can get today. Add content. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just accept this. Well, we're not going to bother with that for now. We're going to focus on anomalies today. Just because we want to, you know, get as close to 220 as we can. Let's see, what do I want to hunt? Do I want to hunt a Ryzen Elder? What do we feel like? What do we feel like right now? I should probably raise this flaming Aspinas to level 200, should I? We'll do this. We'll get this to above level 200. As usual, bring our best hunting buddies, Luchika and Diamo. Right, what do I want to bring against Aspinas? Moving Makia. Foxley and Makia. Right. Time for drugs check. Demon drug and armor check. Green, by the way. Cheers. Oh, hang on.
Hang on.
The Monster Hunter Twitter just released another teaser. Hang on, let me see what this teaser is. Ew. Inspiration? Hang on, what's inspiration?
They just released this teaser here.
Thrift Jewel Plus? Bloodening? Blood right? This is blood right? And what's this?
What's inspiration?
I can't remember what inspiration is.
Hang on. Let me try to...
Encourage. Hang on.
Inspiration is...
Inspiration 1, Horn Maestro.
Huh?
Wait, what? Horn Maestro? Evasion? It's a frontier skill. Horn Maestro. Evasion plus and negate stun and shares the last two skills with all hunters on the quest. What the fuck? This is the fucking skill? It's called something else because it's it's a different, yeah, it's under a different name, but apparently this is what this is. A no skill from Frontier. It gives Horn Maestro evasion and negate stun, and it shares evasion plus negate stun with the entire party. Oh my fucking god.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Hang on a fucking second. Wait, is the bloodening... Is the fucking bloodening Joel? Okay, so bloodening is blood right. We know for that for a fact already.
So,
we're getting blood right 2, spare shot 2. Well, yeah, bloodening tier 4, which is 2 levels. Spare shot tier 4, which is 2 levels, and fucking evasion. Hang on. Does the evasion stack? It should stack. But here's the thing. I need to know if is that evade window or evade? Hang on. Evade extender. Yeah, we need to know if the evasion here is evade window or evade extender. 2 levels is negate KO. Are you fucking serious? That is fucking broken. And this is a tier 1 deco? Okay, if this skill returns in its full frontier power, then that is fucking broken. I mean, yeah, technically they've been releasing new skills that are amalgamation of a bunch of different skills that that basically render previous skills obsolete, but still, this is beyond broken. It is evade. Okay, the Masalos Nest is saying it's evade window. Does the evasion stack? It should stack. I don't see why it should not. If you just get 2 people running, if you get your friend to help you run this, you can get evade window 4 or 5 really easily. And this is a tier 1 deco. Yeah, this is actually broken. Unless they nerf it.
I'm going to share my thoughts with the Mathalos Nest.
Actually broken skill. The fact that you can share this with your entire team is the part that makes this broken. I wouldn't be surprised if they nerf it somehow. Like maybe they make it so that you don't share with your entire team or some shit. They are probably gonna nerf it because there's no way in hell they're going to give us something like this for just 2 levels. Some people in the Maslow's Nest are already saying they're probably going to make it so that it's like a 5 level skill or something like that. So they're likely gonna nerf this somehow.
Here's hoping that they do nerf it. If we actually look at, where is it?
Things like Iron Shell, Flame Skill, Camellia's Blessing. Where is it? Defiance. Yeah, they're probably going to nerf the skill so that it's like 5 levels as opposed to just 2 levels. We have skills like Defiance, which is like combines a whole bunch of different skills, but it's 5 levels. We have, there's that other skill that combines a whole bunch of skills. Embolden, it combines a whole bunch of skills as well, but
yeah,
it requires multiple levels to get full benefit.
boy. The power creep is real. Let's go. Let's go. Enough of being distracted by the announced power creep. Let's go.
Got some hunts to do.
素敵な時間にしましょう。急いでちょうだいさ。行くわよ。
The update is apparently being released in about 9.5 hours from now. I'm probably gonna be sleeping by the time the update goes live.
But I don't mind.
お願いね。
We'll just have ourselves a nice, comfy, chill hunt stream for now.
Before the grinding hell arrives.
この地のもの
良いものかと。
Yoshi.
急いでちょうだい。
特産品か。
品質。
Oops.
You need to come here.
Sorry, Camilios, we're leaving.
We're leaving. I ain't got no call with you. Right now.
急いでちょうだい。お願いね。
順調だな。
順調ですね。 急いでちょうだい。
Oops. Ah, fuck.
I'm rusty.
It's been too long since I played.
Right.
Let's go to this camp. We are going to... Which monster do I want to use first?
戻りました。
I think we're going to use the paralysis monster first, because getting the paralysis build-up interrupted is a bigger waste than the poison build-up. So I'm gonna use the paralysis monster first.
Let's go.
It's the money lucky life.
I don't care about that. We're going to ignore him.
総流を任せよう。
Shit, I fucked this up.
I fucked my order of operations up.
Oh well,
私のお供
it's
は
fine.
優
Commit.
秀だな。
Commit.
騎士の誇りにかけて。
I hope the explosion doesn't shove me off the fucking monster.
I swear if it does, that's
I'd be super annoyed.
smack.
Oh, I missed, really?
Oh hell yeah, miss. Smack.
No! Ah, fuck you.
Bitch.
Okay, nice. He is... Venmo. Fuck
Fuck you!
興奮してるみたい。
怒っているようだ。
Swipe, 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 swipe.
Tag you and finish.
もらった。
What? Oh, well, now the thing
素晴ら
explodes
しい
me,
勝利
really?
だ。覚悟。良い食べっぷりだ。
良いね。
Cat strikes.
Charge!
私を本気にさせたな。
モンスタ
Oh,
ー
it
を
wasn't
注意して
aiming for me.
Interesting.
Ah, okay, that was aiming for me. Fuck.
薬はあるか。
治療を忘れないで。
Fuck you!
総攻撃だ。
Swipe and stab.
いい働きよ。
Fly, slam, burst.
蒼天
No, you don't.
Give me that.
Nope.
Fuck you. Good job, Cat.
覚悟はいい？
Fuck you. Stab. Gotcha.
一気に攻めるぞ。
Change. Charge. Fuck you.
How did the...
How did the...
Stake didn't latch on.
I see that mark, yeah.
せよ。
Good go.
Slam. Not close enough. Yeah.
思い知れ。
覚悟はいい？
Fuck you.
銃を
怒りでやられているな。
目標に
狙われているぞ。
いい働きよ。
Good job.
Stab. Burst. Fly. Slam. Burst. Sharpen. Perfect. Charge. Fuck you.
Oh shit! Bad time for that to happen. Fuck. Okay, I have to knock him down immediately.
言うことを聞きなさい。お手
腕
並み
前を見
拝見
せ。
3 and 4.
総攻撃だ。
完璧ね。
思い知れ。
いい潮流じゃない。
Nice.
進捗は良
Managed to pocket.
いい調子のようなんか期待しないことね。
私を本気にさせたな。
Give me that.
標的にさ
モンスタ
れてるわよ。
ーから目を離すな。
ほら、これ
Fuck you.
せい。
Stab.
順調です。
思い
Fly.
知れ。
Slam. Burst.
Swipe.
さすが私のお供ね。
Fuck you.
私を本気にさせたな。
Leaving? Yep, leaving.
追跡だ。
私から逃げられるとでも？
You know the unfortunate part about this build that I'm using right now?
復活です。
That sound.
切れ味には常に気を配れ。
You hear that sound, right? Oh.
That sound never goes away.
食事は大事です。
Come here.
ほら、総流できるわよ。狩り場での食事は
良い食べ
良い
っぷりだ。
ものですね。
Oh,
総流が
let's go.
狙えるぞ。頼んだ。
Don't climb up that fucking thing, please. Thank you.
思いっきり暴れなさい
Fuck off.
Hi.
But you're fair. Oh god, the charge was a lot faster than I thought it was going to be.
打って出る。
Fuck you.
感謝する
No, you don't.
興
What?
奮状態。
I think you missed me.
Oh god damn it.
Fuck you.
さあ、一気に攻めるぞ。
Breathe on him.
Finish.
もらった。
決まったわなかなかやるわね
見事な総流だった。
Fuck you.
行くぞ。
Stab.
手加減なんか
Light slam burst.
ことね
Perfect.
騎士の誇りにかけて。
Stab.
Charge.
ほら
What? Really?
Bitch.
You made me waste my ow.
Motherfucker. Come back here.
No, you don't.
Ow.
Katsumukせよ。
Could you come over here, please? Thank you.
斜めかし
What?
That didn't.
直さねば。
He didn't hit the wall?
Really?
How did he not hit the wall?
狙われてるわよモンスターに注意してやるじゃない治療を忘れない打ち抜く
Come on.
リロード
Oh, I thought he was going to do a follow up.
き
Okay.
ちんと直すのよ
狙われているぞ。
狙われてるわよ
No, you don't.
Give me that. Fuck you.
さすが私の 仕掛けてくるわよ注意して
攻撃が来るぞ。
Oh shit. No!
Oh shit!
くれたわ
Okay, I forgot he has that follow
忘
up.
れない
私が
諦めない
ついている。
回復したわよ
覚
気が
悟。
つくわね
Fuck you!
これで大丈夫ね
助かった。治療しておけ。
Fuck you!
今だ。
Bitch!
突撃。刮目せよ。
Fuck you!
That was a really long knockdown.
What?
Oh, that was strange.
気をつけて仕掛け
気をつけろ。
Really? Yeah.
Stab! Ow! Motherfucker!
モンスターに注意して
What?
How do you miss that?
さあ覚悟しなさい
I need to sharpen.
Stay right there, please.
Thank you.
Nice.
終わりね
終わったな。
表して
I'm a little bit rusty, but oh well.
Like, didn't see the poison trap there, but yeah.
Doesn't matter. Nice try either way, Nokia.
I think we managed to get all the breaks except the tail.
That's normal for me. I rarely ever get the tail, unfortunately.
見事
どうも
Lots of parts from this, thank you. How much XP I get from this?
No low level penalty, so that's good. But the anomaly rank was only raised by 1.
Oh well.
Actually, hang on a second, let me check something.
What was the
What monster did the flaming penis share its parts with? Right, the teasing Basil, which means I definitely want to get the flaming penis up to beyond 200.
in case that they release a new drop from the flaming penis?
受付いたします 会議クエストはこちらになります
Do I have a standard gore?
I've killed the core. I do have standard cores, but yeah, fairly low level.
Let's just lock the standard core, why not? I have all these older quests. I don't know if I should keep them here or not. It occurs to me that in order for me to get the level 300 unlocked for each individual monster, I have to hunt the fucking investigation version of them first. Oh, that's gonna be such a massive pain. You know, I'm not gonna think about it for now.
Guess that's going to be hell. I want to think about it, and I will just enjoy this.
See what this normal gore unlocks at a level 181 dire cortex, so I would want to keep this.
That's a good quest to hold on to, no matter what. Oh, yeah, something right?
Why did I turn around?
You said talk to him. My left eye is itchy. Hang on. Let me start the eating process while. Did eyelash get into my eye? Oh, cream for everyone. Cheers. I'm gonna take your drugs before every hunt. Okay.
You know, when I was eating ramen with Numi,
Oh, by the way,
let me show you pictures of the ramen I had with Numi.
I had.
Let me.
Here we go. There we go.
I had tonkatsu. No wait, whatever the. It's not tonkatsu. It's the pork broth.
Very, very delicious.
That's delicious. Ippudo ramen and pork broth. I'm a I'm a pork broth person according to Yurde, my Japanese friend. Well, Numi had he had I don't know how to describe this. It's I believe it is a pork broth with shoyu, and he added chili powder into it.
It was really nice.
Chili powder and chili oil into it. And we also had some sides. I also had some sides for myself. One of the sides I could have ordered was fugu, karage, and I took one look at it. I'm like, fugu, karage, yeah, no thank you.
No, thank you.
I don't want to die. Thank you very much. For anyone doesn't know, this is fugu. Let me see.
It's right here.
Fugu, pufferfish. Fugu is served as sashimi and nabemono. Liver was served as traditional dish named fugu kimo, being widely thought to be the tasty part, but it's also the most poisonous. Serving this organ in restaurant was banned in Japan in 1984.
So, yeah.
There was fugu karage. I don't know what exactly they used to make the fugu karage, but I'm like, no thank you, I don't want to die. Don't want to risk fucking dying while eating karage. I would rather just eat normal chicken karage.
Thank you very much. Ippudo ramen is very, very good.
Highly recommended. If anyone wants to have good ramen,
Ippudo ramen. super good. Really, really nice.
It's actually a chain that's from Japan.
A Japanese chain.
One of the most popular as far as franchises go from Japan.
And even here, yeah, I know it's still not as good as really, really authentic Japanese ramen from Japan, but
This is like the best, among the best ramen you can get outside of Japan.
it's so good, so tasty, so well cooked, and it's like,
Oh, the egg is very, very perfectly cooked. The chashu is so. The chashu is very tender, it melts in your mouth. The broth is so good. Whenever I eat ramen from Ippudo Ramen, I always have to order extra ramen. Proper ramen places usually allow you to top up your ramen because by the time you finish all the ramen in the bowl, there's always be soup left. You always have a lot of soup left, so if you want to, you can order like an extra serving of ramen and they'll cook up an extra serving of ramen for you that you can add into the broth and you can eat more of the broth with more ramen. Oh, it's so nice. This is so expensive. This is like 10 USD. Hang on, let me calculate. 10 USD for a set with that bowl, that not including the takoyaki behind it. This is 10 USD, this bowl. With some of the extra stuff on the side that Numi had. Numi's meal was also about 10 USD. This bowl with this sides we had. The sides I ordered was slightly different, but comes out to about the same price. 10 USD.
it's so good.
But it is one of those meals where, yeah, since it's 10 USD for this,
That is fairly pricey for us, and we can't eat it that often, but
if it's like once or twice a year, I take Numi out for some extra delicious, tasty ramen. It's I can afford that once or twice a year.
行くぞ。
さあ行くわよ。
technically if I really wanted to eat Ippudo ramen
急いでちょうだい。
more often, I could have it be delivered.
Our equivalent of DoorDash, but it's so pricey. It's one of those things where,
いいものを手に
yeah, you could have it be delivered DoorDash style, but it's like you can't get all the extras. You can't get the extra serving of ramen to dip into the pork broth.
It's not the same, you know.
さあ行くわよ。なかなか
この地のも
So because of that,
And because of how pricey it is to have it be delivered, I'm like, nah, it's not worth it to have it be delivered.
if you're gonna eat something like Ippudo ramen, you need to have it in the store, in the restaurant.
And you can have a nice, freshly cooked
地獄を
pork broth or whatever shoyu broth you want, and you can order extra ramen.
That's the best. You gotta have it in this restaurant.
お願いね。
If Kyla were here, he would know what I'm talking about.
You would know.
He's probably had Ippudo ramen so many times already. actually put a ramen in Japan.
戻りました。
Okay. Switch to combat mode and
Let's see.
who do we want?
良い食べっぷり
Oh, they're in the same area, so we want to get them to fight each other.
助かった
感謝すれば力が助かったわ。
恩に切るぞ
良い砥石です。
丁
武器の
寧な
手入れは大切ですね。
Let's go. Hi, Patch.
Could you guys fight each other for me, please? Let me just get some early damage in.
目標発見
ご機嫌斜め
よう
Hi.
What, really?
狩り場での
だ回復は
He's not being multiple? Oh, now he's multiple. Okay, let's go.
Fuck you.
そちらは任せる
No, you don't. Ah, got him in. His attacks are very fast, so I'm just gonna counter and fuck you.
総攻撃だ
Big slam, one more. Big slam and
Finisher. Oh, we destroyed the tower.
悪く思うな
hands.
Drugs.
流じゃない。
It's closer.
Fuck you.
活目
いい
せよ
調子のようですね。
Oh,
Not fast enough.
直しておいた方がいいぞ
no, you don't.
予定通りです。
Fuck you.
順調だな
Stab. Fly. Slam. Burst.
モンスターからこれは
きちんと直すのね。
He always stops after that, so fuck you.
目標達成です。いい目標の達成
いい
を確認。
調子だ
さすが私のお供ね。
Fuck you.
標的にされているぞ
Oh, I charged right into that.
治療しておけ
打ち抜く。
Stab. Where's he going?
蒼天。
Fuck you.
今だ突撃
Slam. Burst.
行くぞ
手加減なんか期
Slam.
待しないでよ。
Burst. Swipe and stab.
蒼天。ひれ伏しな
Fuck you. Oh, tired. Stab. Fly. And slam. Wait a minute.
打ち抜く。
Give me that.
Take this.
Oops.
ひれ伏しな。
Slam.
死の誇りにかけて
総流のチャンス
Oh,
よ。
Really? Multiple? Okay, I'm gonna let one of the
今のうち。
bots.
get him.
Going to refresh my buffs.
良い食べっ
ごゆっくり
ぷりだ
どうぞ。
いざ総流
お寺に拝見ね。
Refresh that. Grab that.
Swap and
Fuck you.
直したわ。
もらった
Gotcha.
興奮状態のよう
Fuck you.
よくやった
What's with all the
Staggers.
悪く思
Oh
う
my
な
god! Slam.
Nice.
思い知れ
Change. Charge.
見事な
Fuck
働き
you.
なんか期待しないことね
一気に行くぞ
感謝するわ
Leaving?
Yep, he's leaving.
私から逃げられるのがいいところじ
Sorry,
ゃない
Makia.
I couldn't set off your trap.
But oh well.
He's going into the same area as Camelios.
We want to get to him if we can.
I always wonder why wrestlers and its skin are venomous.
Like, what the heck are they hunting? Any equalizing factor?
Other monsters, obviously.
手入れは
抜かりなく
切れ味には常に気を配れ
Everything in Monster Hunter is trying to eat everything else.
That's the law of Monster Hunter.
覚悟はいい総流
怒りであれ総流が狙えるぞ
What, really? My explosion? Fucked it? Ah, that's annoying.
言うことを聞きなさい思いっきり暴れなさい
Okay, that missed.
Watch out, that missed.
No, you don't. Perfect. Knock him down in the fucking poison cloud. Finisher.
早く直さねば
Ah, damn it. Knock him out of the tree. That's annoying.
Oh well.
決まったわ
素晴らしい総流だ行くぞ
さすが私のおか
覚悟
Really? Pushing me all the way back.
打ち抜く
Ah, damn. The poison tree was...
You stop. Oh,
やるじゃない
Ow. Ow, that hurt.
狙われてい
標
るぞ
的にされてるわよ
fuck you. Give me that.
Good job.
総攻撃だ
Charge.
私を本気にさせたな
Jab.
Fuck you. Stab. Ah, damn.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Oh, Makia.
セーフ
覚悟はいい
Thank you, Maka. Fuck you.
怒っているようだ
Stab. Fuck you. Slam burst.
Side swipe. Missed.
Fuck you.
さすが私のお供ね
Blinded.
Which means
I might have an opening.
fuck you.
覚悟標的にされているぞ
Get into the wall.
Cat sticky drugs.
今だ突撃
Change. Charge. Fuck you.
Monster から目を離すな薬はあるか
I don't think I need to sharpen anymore.
He's gonna die soon. Good job, Cat.
Perfect. He was about to leave, but the cat knocked him
達
down.
成だ
Good job.
I don't know which cat that was, but
Whatever it was,
よく言われます
you're amazing.
敬意を表してやるじゃない
yeah. To fully answer,
A question?
大気でしょ
Why Rassalos needs poison? Because, you know,
why would he need it? It's already so strong.
採取です
The most recent bit of lore dump that I can point to is actually provided by Geralt of Rivia during the Witcher 3 Monster Hunter crossover event.
I can well.
If you actually paid attention to what Geralt was saying, in the Monster Hunter
頼
World
もしき腕
crossover,
前
he commented on the fact that
余裕です
energy in the Monster Hunter universe flows very rapidly. The world of Monster Hunter is a world where energy is very abundant and it just keeps flowing from the sun to the plants to monsters to other monsters, so on and so forth. Everything grows and reproduces. Grows and eats and reproduces very rapidly and in huge abundance. Monsters are always eating, and that's how they get so huge, and how we can hunt like dozens if not hundreds of monsters and we hardly ever put a dent in their populations, because they just keep multiplying. And humans themselves are the humans in Monster Hunter are part of their ecosystem. That's how humans are able to go toe to toe with all of these crazy monsters and not get obliterated. The humans themselves are also super strong. They also reproduce very frequently and very rapidly, and they eat a lot. And it's heavily implied that they die a lot as well.
So, even though we don't see a lot of hunters dying,
It is heavily implied in the stories that humans have died. Human civilization has fallen multiple times, essentially. They've achieved an apex in their civilization and then just been wiped out at least once in Monster Hunter recorded history.
so yeah.
This is also a really good end screen. Like, it's very rare that I have an end screen that shows both of my followers.
So yeah, this is really nice. I like this.
I got Amargalius and Lucica in the same end screen.
Did I take a screenshot? Need to take another one just in case.
Okay, thank you for skipping a level game. I swear. I'm not looking forward to the slow grind to 300.
it's going to make me raise
this fucking number here to 300, and then it's going to make me raise that fucking investigation number to 300 as well. Ugh. Fucking grinding lands.
何やら心が温まります。
That's why when I created my Harpy Caecilia based loosely out of Monster Hunter, at least the world she came from, based very loosely out of Monster Hunter, I made it very clear that Caecilia comes from a world that you have to mate and you have to make babies because you never know when you might die.
pretty much. Get out of my...
Oh, okay, hang on. I need any other voices. Sir, thanks to you, the end of my afflicted monster research is in sight. We're in the final stretch now, so I decided to go ahead and 8-star quest as well. What do you think about that? You'll find rising elder dragons among the dragons from now on. Ain't that sweet? And we've got you to thank for it. I gave the quest details to Chicha as per usual, so talk to him if you have a job. On a related note, we found out something a tiny bit worrisome regarding rising elder dragons. As we continue our research, the Fury got more active and the quest became more dangerous. You already know this, of course. The thing is, in the case of Rising Elders, since they've learned to adapt to the Curio, they've become exponentially more powerful. It seems this phenomenon is guaranteed to occur during the anomaly quest. You better stay on your toes out there. As for anomaly investigations, it's only likely to occur suddenly as you fight tougher monsters and your research level increases. But I'll be sure to write down in the quest description if I think it's likely to go down. Deal? Deal! Cool! Now get the fuck out there! Hunting slave quest! Blah 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 blah, yeah. Give me the fucking quest.
Yeah, basing the quest pitch.
怪異クエストに挑まれますか？
Oh, so I can hunt the souped up versions of these Ryzen Elders on my own without need to rely on rolling them, but yeah. I think I'll try to encounter them organically.
In the anomaly quest.
After all, we have to fucking grind all this shit up eventually, so might as well just fucking get my anomaly research ranks up.
またお越しくださいませ。
Oh,
We gotta go to the Buddy Plaza.
let's go. Give me that, thank you.
Anything new?
Oh, another scroll. Thank you very much.
Do I need raw meat? No, I'm good for raw meat.
交易開始だ。 楽しかったぞ。
Wait, did I remember to cancel? Yep, I did. Okay.
また会おう。
Thank you for the great redfish.
I'm always worried about running out of great redfish now, due to the fact that I'm using them so much. Let's see, fish. Double fish, that's really important. I know this allows us to hunt Malzeno, but double fish is more important than hunting Malzeno. Let's send out Nacho, Maca, Cass,
And middle. Off you guys go. Give me lots of great redfishes, please. I really need it.
Da, 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 da.
Meow.
You know, I think for today's stream I'll only go as long as my coffee lasts,
I'm a little bit tired.
after having gone out for the day with Numi and all that. I don't know if it's the same for you guys in the US or Europe or stuff like that, but usually around here when we go out on a date and movies and stuff, after we're done eating, we're usually tired after going on a date. My dad always told me that the reason why we feel tired is after going out to see movies and stuff like that is because when we're watching movies, the air in the cinema is, excuse me, burping.
Now let me drink some water. Okay, so
Yeah, as I was saying, my dad always said that when we go out to watch movies, the air in the cinemas are always circulated, so and it's not fresh, so the recycled air makes us feel tired. I'm not entirely certain whether or not he's talking out his ass, but
I do sometimes, well, usually feel tired after going out to watch movies and stuff.
so yeah, we'll probably just go only until my coffee runs out for today. Hope you guys are okay with that, chat. But no matter what, we'll do at least one other stream this week of me trying out the new monsters.
Gotta do that.
Right,
相談を始めよう。
let's see here. I'll send out Mitchell also. Godbugs are running a little low, so we'll send out Mitchell for Godbugs.
Cool.
私の国には急げば急ぐほど貧乏になるという言葉
Send
があ
out
る。
Crow for
こ
Bitterbugs.
ういう時に時間を割くのは正しいことだよ。
Warping it.
For fish.
出航。
Keep getting more pupfish.
to Central Plaza.
I also forgot to check on my molding.
Let's see what I got. All garbage.
Garbage. Even though they're about to introduce more molding types, I'm just going to put these in. Just because I don't want to lose out on potential molds. Yes, I'm intentionally calling these moldings because this motherfucker makes everyone mold. Oh great! Now he wants me to hunt Scorn Magna. Fuck that noise! I'm not gonna hunt fucking Scorn Magna. That motherfucker that blinds me. I'm gonna keep going on Flaming Penis until we can get him to at least level 201.
Cream pie check. Cheers.
You know, speaking of human civilization in Monster Hunter, I don't think they've ever settled on whether humans marry in Monster Hunter. I've never heard... Yeah, thinking about it, I don't think I've ever heard of any human or Wyvernian marrying anyone in Monster Hunter.
Which means everyone just fucks. When they want to.
Let's change up our helpers. We'll swap to Lucky and Numi. Which means
Let's go. Wow. Double red nova at the start. Lucky.
Blasto. This is worth taking. A Blastoise is an extra knockdown.
So very worth taking.
If I can set it up.
Ooh,
採取です
more red notes. Yoshi.
予定通りです順調ですね
いい調子だ。
Who's he getting angry at?
I'm not there anymore.
お願いねさあ行くわよ
Yoshi.
We're gonna use the armadillo thing as our first mount.
We want him to proc the paralysis early.
到着
Lucky.
Coming out and let's go. Oh, that's not good. He's going into the same map as... Shit. Within the same map, then we want to... Wait, no, they're not in the same map. Okay, phew. Okay, then it's not gonna be wasted.
Eat,
食事は大事です
drink.
Powder.
血が
Powder.
感謝する。
気が
Sharpen.
恩に切るぞ。丁寧
さ
な仕事だ
すがカムラの。砥石
Change. Stay right there.
任
Thank
務
you.
を全うする。総流ができるぞ。
総流のチャンスよごゆっく
回
りどうぞ
復はしっかりだ。
Reload and
Let's go.
私を本気にさせたな。
Thank you, bird caller.
I'll enjoy that extra. Oh, he's going to. Yeah, fuck you. No, you don't.
目標発見。
Alright, nice.
He's red mode.
興
No, you
奮
don't.
状態のよ
怒ってるわね
Oh wait,
He.
う今だ。突撃。
1, 2, 3, and finish.
騎士の誇りにかけて。
alright.
Cats,
見事な
drugs.
総流だったな。
Charge and go.
順調です
進捗良好。
血抜く
Ah, god damn it. Mistimed that.
装填
Oh, fuck.
標的にされてるわよまだいけるでしょ大丈夫
するなよ。助かった。
助かったわ元気は出た
Fuck you.
気が利くわね
いい調子だ。
Oh, god damn it.
総攻撃だ。私を本気にさせたな。
Stab. Stab.
やるじゃない
もらった。
さすが私のお供ね
モンスターから目を離すな。
てるわよ手加減なんか
Oh, god damn it.
悪く思うな。
気をつけて仕掛けて
Fuck
くれ
you.
来るぞ。
Oh, shit.
目標達成
標的に
おめでとう
されてるぞ。
標的にされてるわよ
直しておいた方がいい。
急いで治療しなさい
Oh my god. Ugh.
That hurt.
回復したわ
手加減はせん。
感謝するわ
Fuck you, bitch! Yeah, this side is not going well. Slam. No, you don't.
リロードいい働きよ
Stab. Oh, bad time to proc paralysis. Oh well. Can't complain.
行くのよやるいい働きよ
What? Yumi and Lucky both got the same roll of their lottery.
覚悟怒っているようだな
興奮してるみたい
騎士の誇りにかけて
Fuck you.
やるじゃない当
もらった
然打ち抜く
Slam first. Swipe and stab. Okay, he's going to give me time to do this.
リロード
And what? Really?
昇竜が狙えるぞ
Oh. I'll let one of the AIs
倒
handle
さ
it.
らずとも良いぞ昇竜開始だ
そっちは頼んだわよ打ち抜く
さあ
Take
一
this.
気に攻めるぞ
Oh, got him. That's not what I wanted.
見
Oh,
直したわ覚悟はいい
fuck you. Ah, damn it.
一気に行くぞ
助かったわ気が利くわね
Oh my god.
いい働きよほら
この日を逃すな
First.
いい調子のよ
So it's swipe. Change.
騎士
Reload.
の誇りに
Fuck you. Perfect. Slam first.
思い知れ
Swipe, stab. Fly. Slam. Stay right there. Thank you.
手加減はせん怒りでやられているな
打ち抜く
Ow.
モンスターに注意にされてるわよ
I need to stop pressing the button.
治療しておけ
Depending on the state of my whoa. Leaving?
私から逃げられるのいいところじゃない
Sometimes I press the button that makes me try to fire shells even though my GL is empty. I need to stop pressing the button on reflex. You say you've heard NPC Monster Underworld mention a wife. Did you? Don't remember. I remember an NPC mentioning a parent. I don't remember anyone mentioning a wife.
武器の手入れは抜かりなく
切れ味には常
武器
に
の手入
気を配れ
れは大切ですね
Hi! Can I help me?
総流のチャンスよ
Eat
総流ができるぞ
and You know that seeing that wing cloudy made me think that it was a large monster, but no, it's just a fucking remover.
頼んだぞ。
目標の達
よくやった。
Hi, Badge. Come here.
Well, okay, I didn't think I was going to win that.
怒っているようだ。
怒ってるわね。
Fuck you.
No.
今だ。突撃。
Slash him.
行くぞ。
I never fought the monster on this side of this arena before.
これで終わり。
I wonder what it's
狙い
like.
たいものだ。
総流じゃない。
Fuck you.
さすが私のお供ね。
私を本気にさせたな。
なんか期待しないことに。
Nope. Wait, he just didn't hit me at all.
That's strange.
Oh god, I mean, he went the other way.
治療を忘れないで。
Here's Archon.
Wait, where is he appearing? Oh, he's not gonna appear near here.
Damn.
Oh god damn it.
標的
モン
にさ
スターから
れてるわよ。
目を離すな。
きちんと治す。
薬はあるか。
Oh god damn it, really? Now?
気に攻めるぞ。
Okay, fine, fine, fine.
I'll just take it.
誇りにかけて。
やるじゃない。そうせ。
No, I need to use this. Oh, I'm losing it.
Fuck you. Swipes.
手加減はせん。
Fly. Slam.
興奮状態。
Oh, wow. Anything else that close to that?
終わりね。
Oh.
変わったようだった。ええ、よく言われます。
So,
敬意
that hunt
表
didn't start out as smoothly as I hoped, but oh well.
The one problem with traps is that more often than not, the monster doesn't walk on them. Unless you lure the monster to them.
Oh,
Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't.
見事。
やりました。
I can't tell if I should keep Gaelius in his switch axe form or in his sword and shield form. Sometimes I feel like Gaelians functions better when he's sword and shield rather than a switch axe, even though he theoretically does a lot more damage with the switch axe.
Oh, I'm not going to worry too much about it. You usually just save them for situations where the monster's already CC or sleeping.
Well, I technically traps still work on these anomaly monsters, even though technically we can't capture them. We can use traps as CC. They're not like Elder Dragons where the Elder Dragons just destroy the traps instantly. Although even though we have that, I just don't bring any traps at all for these anomaly hunts. When if you see a trap on the ground, it's the cat.
That's why the cat's using your trap. Oh.
Oh my god. One level up, but 4 levels down. What? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Hello, Mr. Mulder.
And nothing good. Wait, did you just say levels down?
Yeah,
The not my actual research level will keep going up, and for the one quest that I'm running, it will always increase in level, anywhere between 1 and 4, but more often than not it only increases by 1. The other quest that I can roll can go from anywhere between 3 up and 3 down. So
yeah. That's super annoying. Like for example,
this quest that's locked, this is the quest I did, and it always goes up by at least 1 level, anywhere between 1 and 4. But the other quests I just unlocked from doing that, it can go down. And this can go up or down, this can go up or down, this can go up or down, this will go up or down. So yeah.
It is
Annoying as fuck.
that's cheap.
Yeah, I know. We hate it. That's what makes the climb to increase level such a fucking slog.
Because not only are you trying to increase
This, which takes about 2-3 hunts to increase, you are also trying to increase this, which can increase anywhere between 1 to 3, and the rest that you roll can go up by 3 or down by 3.
and
And the next title update is going to increase the fucking it's going to increase the fucking cap to 300, which means even though even if I were to install that mod that improves the EXP gain so that this goes up quicker. Just this number here so that this number goes up quicker. I still need to hunt almost 100 monsters just to get this number to go up to 300. Ugh. And then, once I get this number to 300, I need to hunt more of them so that I can unlock the different monsters at the different tiers and... This is all slog. Just a massive slog. It's like multiple layers of slog added on top of each other. Fucking hate this. Like I said,
And we thought the fucking grinding lands from Iceborne was a slog.
this is even fucking worse than the grinding lands. At least the grinding lands had a limit of what, 7 levels? Like all you had to do was increase 3 out of like the 5 or 6 or 7 regions to 7, and then you would work with other people to increase their levels, the levels of the areas you do not have to 7, and then that's it. That's all you had to do in the grinding lands. This this is not.
This is just a fucking slog.
A slog on top of a slog on top of a slog. One slog is to get this number up. The other slog is to get this number up. The third slog is once we get this number up to 300, we have to hunt this multiple times in order to roll randomly, monsters of higher and lower or lower stars. I call them tiers. Higher and lower tiers, and get them in the to roll. Yeah, we need to roll randomly, getting monsters of higher and lower stars. Once we get this high enough. 3 layers of slog stacked on top of each other.
Are you still having fun? Sounds a bit like you're not having fun anymore.
I enjoy hunting monsters. I just do not enjoy watching number go up very slowly. I think I'm pretty much confirmed. I am going to install the EXP modifier mod once Title Update 5 gets released and the mods are stabilized. I am going to install the EXP modifier mod so that And with each hunt, I'm leveling up at least once. No way in hell am I going to slog my way up to level 300. At least in terms of the EXP department. But this, I don't know if there is a mod that allows me to speed this up and make it so that it always increases level by 3 or some shit.
We'll see what happens once TU5 comes up.
I feel like I'm starving. My hand is shaking.
Yeah, my hands are shaking.
Should I eat a biscuit or should I eat some cup noodle? What do you think, guys think, chat?
Should I eat some biscuits or a cup noodle?
Or both?
Eat and drink then. Yeah, I think I'll get something to eat.
But here's a question. Should I eat cup noodle? A cup noodle with some biscuits on the side?
What do you guys think?
You know what? Okay. I'm gonna go make a cup noodle.
I'll make a cup noodle.
I'll be right back, chat. Let me put this on break time and I'll switch this to
I will be right back, chat.
you just give me about 5 to 10 minutes and I'll be right back. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me give you guys something cute to look at.
こちらです。来ましたね。
And you.
There we go. Adorable parent.
Right, I'll be right back. Love you all.
Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far.
Despite the fact that I've been ranting for a lot of it.
Oh well. Regardless, I hope you guys are enjoying. But yeah, BRB. I'm back, Chan.
It didn't take me long to make these cup noodles. One good thing about these particular Nissan cup noodles is that
you don't have to
open any packets or anything. This particular cup noodle, you just pour the water in and it'll cook itself. The ingredients aren't even separated. You're all in there right from the beginning. Actually, wait, you know what? Since I'm going to be eating cup noodles, I might as well not put on my BDSM chest harness. Let me keep my BDSM chest harness
to the side first, so
hope you guys don't mind me being
handless. I know.
And while the cup noodle is cooking, I'm going to eat some biscuits too, just to tide me over. I wonder if we should watch something while I'm eating. See if there's anything we can watch right now.
Let's see.
I just saw a picture that I cannot show you guys.
Cass just sent me something.
I'm gonna be asking her about that later.
Alright, let me see.
Is there anything we can watch? Oh god. Hacker owes Nintendo 20-30% of his salary for the rest of his life. What the fuck is that? Guys, I'm kinda curious about this. What the fuck do you do to something we can see on Discord? Perhaps I might post it on Discord, but we'll see.
Later.
I actually, looking at the pic, I don't remember where this picture was taken.
Hang on.
It was recent. Who was I with then? Yeah, this was very recent.
When did I
Have this picture taken?
I'm trying to remember.
Who the hell was I with when this picture was taken? Oh, I know who this is.
I know who this is. I remember now.
Oh, wow. Oh, no, this was very recent. This was just... a week ago. Wow. Okay, just goes to show how shitty my memory is that I can forget something a week ago.
Unfortunately, I can't show you guys.
At least not on stream. Wait. I need to ask, where was this found? Where is this? Maisie. Ah, okay. Hmm. Okay. Mention set incriminating photo that I mentioned on stream. Okay, so if anyone wants to see what his photos, completely unedited. No. None of the usual massaging that I would do. Need to, you know, improve the how it looks and stuff. So, okay, hang on. I'm actually really interested in this. Hang on. Let's watch this together. Let me bring this here and make this larger and mute Monster Hunter so that we can.
When it comes to Nintendo sending their legal assassins, they don't mess around. There are times where people feel it's unjustified, like when fans are expressing their passion through fan projects that Nintendo, you know, copyright strikes or take down through legal means. And then there are other situations where, you know, you've got pirates who are profiting from their work, and so Nintendo does have legal grounds to take them to court and to have them arrested and go through the whole prosecution process. And this is one of those cases where we're looking at the latter scenario. So back in 2020, you may recall, or if you kept track of this story, that there was this piracy team called Team Executor, whose various members were arrested by the Department of Justice. Team Executioner is a criminal enterprise that profits from pirating video game technology. Now, the key word here is profiting. It's one thing to like hack a device and to share that knowledge. It's another thing to take that knowledge and use another company's product to make a profit for yourself by distributing these devices or hacks that could damage the company. If you're making money by damaging another company, then obviously that's, you put yourself in a situation where legally you can absolutely be pursued. And that's kind of how Team Executor operated. Team Executor is widely known for creating hacks that bypass digital restrictions on Nintendo consoles. 2 members of Team Executor were arrested recently. Max Loarn, a 48-year-old French national, and the 51-year-old Gary Bowser from Canada are in custody and charged in a criminal conspiracy. And today's video will focus on Gary Bowser. And yes, this is not a joke. Bowser was arrested as a result of Nintendo's legal pursuits. Yeah, the irony is certainly palpable. And then there's this Chinese man named Yuaning Chen, 35, who still remained at large as of the publishing of this article back in 2020. But today, again, we're going to focus on Gary Bowser.
A man named Bowser was arrested for pirating Nintendo? Really? Really? And isn't there a Bowser in Nintendo as well? Like Jack Bowser or some shit? Isn't it like the CEO or some shit of Nintendo? Or at least the head of the US branch? I feel like. So, we have a Gary Bowser who was arrested by authorities for pirating Nintendo, and we have a Jack Bowser in Nintendo.
This article back in 2020. But today, again, we're going to focus on Gary Bowser. There's an update
US
on
branch.
the
US branch hit. Yeah.
kind of repercussions that he's facing, lifelong repercussions. But for further details about this arrest, the 3 indicted members are just a minority. There are more than a dozen Team Executioner members scattered around the world. These members help to code and create the Nintendo hacks, but they're also suspected of being involved in the production and sale of these devices. Again, that's where they open themselves to criminal charges and prosecution. Nintendo is legally allowed to pursue this particular case, and it is said right here by the Assistant Attorney General Brian C. Rabbit that this organization reaped illegal profits for
Excuse
years
me?
by
Brian C. Rapp.
What is the names of the people in this case? Bowser? Brian C. Rabbit? Oh god! I'm sorry for laughing at your names, but... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, whoever you are. Attorney General Brian C. Rabbit. I'm sure you're an amazing person, but... The Brian Bowser, yeah, that guy is not cool, but you're Brian C. Rabbit, I'm sure you're cool. Jack Bowser, I'm sure you're cool as well.
video game technology of U.S. companies. At the time of writing, it says right here, the official Team Executioner website remains online, and Bowser also operated this website called maxconsole.com. But if you go to those websites right now, you'll get the following message: this domain has been seized by these government entities. Now, Team Executor has tried to justify their actions by stating that we are firm believers of the right to repair legislation, a growing movement to counteract the monopolistic control over hardware, which is the property of the consumer who paid for it in the first place. Again, there's a difference between hacking your own device and then profiting off of another company's product through those hacks. So this is where I don't think Team Executor has a case to make, because they were profiting from this rather than, doing like a community service, if you will, of like sharing knowledge. So that's what we knew back in October of 2020. But fast forward to April of 2023, and Gary Bowser, who was arrested and imprisoned, has been released from federal prison, but not without consequences that will most likely follow him literally for the rest of his life. But you know what's a good thing to have follow you for the rest of your life? Learning a new language. Il che ci porta lo sponsor del video di oggi, Babbel, which is Italian for this brings us the sponsor of today's video, Babbel, a platform dedicated to helping you master new languages. Babbel
That's how you segue into a fucking
the world
sponsor?
Guarantee. All right, let's go back to talking about Gary Bowser, who made headlines after his recent release. But it's not just the release that is drawing eyes to this particular story. It's the lifelong sentence that Nintendo has persecuted this man to. Additional details indicate that this is a team that made millions of dollars through its operation, with Bowser having been sort of a smaller part in this team, but still a significant enough role that it warranted his arrest. When Bowser was with this organization, he did profit by earning a salary of roughly $500 to $1,000 a month, his attorneys previously said. And when he was in court, he straight up admitted guilt. He didn't deny his involvement. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 40 months in prison for his role in the criminal enterprise. Now, this is significantly lower than the suggested 5-year prison term that the government had requested, and he actually was released early from that 40-month sentence because of good behavior when the attorney put a request in for Gary Bowser to be released early. His exact date of release was actually last month on March 28th, 2023. Now, why do I say that this is still ultimately a lifelong sentence? Well, that's because Gary Bowser still owes Nintendo reparations in the millions of dollars, as reported here by Torrent Freak based on information that Gary Bowser shared in an interview with Nick Moses. So this is the terms of agreement that Bowser relayed to the public, the agreement with Nintendo is that the maximum they can take is 25 to 30% of your gross monthly income, and I have up to 6 months before I have to start making payments. These are monthly payments that will contribute to the restitution that the court has made Bowser pay, a grand total of $14.5
Holy
million.
hell.
It is this huge debt, essentially, that Bowser owes to Nintendo, and at the very minimum, he has to pay 25 to 30% of his gross monthly income to the company. If he can somehow find a way to accrue this kind of money in bulk, obviously he can pay this off however he wants, but that is certainly no easy task. He did have a job in prison that paid him pretty meagerly. I've been making payments of $25 per month. There's also information that Bowser relayed through his interview with Nick Moses, which they have been taking from my income because I had a job in federal prison. So far, I paid $175. Even if after all of this, Gary Bowser manages to find a decent paying job, it is highly unlikely that he'll be able to make $14.5 million. Very few people in the entire world make $14 million in their entire lifetime. And keep in mind that Gary Bowser is not a young man. At the time of Gary Bowser's arrest and indictment back in 2020, he was 51 years old. Even less people make $14 million starting in their 50s, you know? He is now likely around 54 years old. He doesn't have a lot of time to make a whopping $14.5 million. Even if he manages to build his life back up and earn a decent wage, 25 to 30% of that will come out as a tax to Nintendo for the crimes that he committed. As Torrent Freak aptly put it, at that rate, it is unlikely that Nintendo will ever see the full amount, or to put it differently, Bowser will carry the financial consequences of his team executor involvement for the rest of his life. That's what I mean by a lifelong sentence. Yes, he's out of prison and he's free to go out and about and do whatever, but any money that he makes, a significant portion of that will be going to Nintendo. And I don't think Nintendo actually expects to see a full restitution of $14.5 million in his lifespan. For Nintendo, this is about sending a message. It's about telling hackers, hey, you do this, and this is what can happen to you. We will make sure that we haunt you for the rest of your life and take a portion of your money for the rest of your life. Man, that's talk about a really, really harsh punishment. Now, look, on one hand, I do think Nintendo had every reason to criminally pursue this organization because they were profiting significantly from this venture. Maybe Bowser not as much, but the organization as a whole making millions off of Nintendo products by hacking Nintendo products and by selling these hacks and hardware devices. This is profit that does come at the expense of Nintendo's potential profitability because these hacks do facilitate piracy, and when you're profiting off of piracy, that's when, like, legally speaking, yeah, it's open season for corporations, and Nintendo does not mess around when it comes to these things.
Holy hell!
Do I think the punishment fits the crime? I don't think so. I think Gary Bowser is being made to be the scapegoat to again send that message to let all the hackers out there know, hey, we're going to come after you and we're going to make the rest of your life miserable. But it's like there are plenty of worse crimes out there that get punished less severely. This guy did not engage in crimes against humanity. It's like there are points where we cross a line where the punishment is less humane than the crime committed, you know? Like, totally, this guy should be fined and, you know, he should go through the whole criminal prosecution process. But damn, this seems excessive, and I think it goes to highlight just how messed up and unbalanced the criminal system can be. People who commit some of the worst crimes can get away with a slap in the wrist, whereas people like Bowser who, yes, like hurt a corporation, but that corporation is still making billions and billions of dollars and are still, you know, like they'll be fine, get to suffer a lifelong punishment that will see them financially crippled for the rest of his life. But look, at the end of the day, unfortunately, these kinds of deliberations can happen. So at the end of the day, what you don't want to do is risk it like this. You don't want to profit off of emulation, hacking, you name it. Like, it's one thing to put that stuff out there for game preservation purposes, and, you know, emulation has its benefits of being able to essentially enhance your gameplay experience because you can, you know, take a 30 FPS game on Switch and make it 60 FPS and upscale the resolution and make it look better. And, you know, there's utility behind emulation that isn't just all about, like, piracy and stuff. but that has to be sort of very much a community service kind of thing where you're not profiting, but rather just sharing that knowledge out there so that people can individually choose whether they want to partake in this kind of activity for themselves, for their own purposes, use the product that they bought however they want. Clear at the same time. Good lord, is this
Yongye tends to ramble on
really
usually.
the kind of punishment that this guy deserves?
Once the
Regularly
news
reviewed
is
Team Executor hardware and other hacking tools. Not to mention financially, Bowser's role was also rather limited. Again, paid only $500 to $1,000 a month. It's not a whole lot of money that Bowser specifically was profiting, and yet they're treating this guy like he represents the whole organization that profited millions off of this whole operation. Crimes can
$14.5 million. God! Nintendo don't fuck around. Hi, Earl. Nintendo lost 0.01 cent. I'm actually, to be fair, I'm fairly certain that they think they lost a lot more than that due to piracy. And apparently this particular group was working on Switch stuff, which is the current console, yeah, so they were flying very close to the sun, but god fucking damn, $14.5 million.
get away.
Like, jeez, you see this? That's Youngye's mouse, not mine. Wow. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, you do not fuck around with Nintendo ever. Yeah. You're pretty much the Disney of the video game world. If you fuck around with them, they are going to destroy you. And they are not afraid to throw their weight around.
To be honest, I could say if they're only doing shit with old games.
Yeah, I heard recent news that the fucking Dolphin emulator was about to be released on Steam, wasn't it? Dolphin emulator on Steam, yeah. Q2 2023. Dolphin emulator coming on to Steam. I wish them luck. I don't know if they're going to go through with this after, you know, seeing what Nintendo just did to this one guy who would pirated Switch stuff, but oh well. Well, good luck, Mr. Dolphin, guys.
I lost enough money to skip buying cheese this week.
No, who knows? Who knows exactly how much money they lost, you know. Money lost due to piracy is not something that can be easily calculated.
Dolphin what?
Dolphin emulator, yeah, Dolphin. Dolphin emulator is a emulator that is known for emulating was it 64 and your Weeby? So yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Not gonna go
Too much into it. I don't want Nintendo to come after me. Please make Daddy Nintendo. No. I'm just mentioning, you know, that a certain emulator is available on Steam, and I'm playing this game on Steam right now. So yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing gets renegotiated at some point if Bowser declares bankruptcy. There's some other financial gymnastic. Personal bankruptcy doesn't really protect you that much from stuff like that, as far as I know. companies can declare bankruptcy, but when a person declares bankruptcy, I don't know if it protects him from those kind of restitutions that he has to pay back.
Oh, it's entirely up to Nintendo whether or not they want to.
Give this guy a break. Maybe I'll throw him a bone, but who knows? Who knows? Of course, the lawyer might say that he wasn't really that involved with the inner workings of the company, but the law, that is the lawyer's job after all. It is the lawyer's job to try to get his client out of taking the blame for the crime and all that. So it's the lawyer's word that it's his and the lawyer's claim that he only was paid 500 to 1,000 per month. Who knows how much he actually profited off of the whole operation.
So what's new in Monster Hunter?
You see the subtitle below the stream. Anomaly rank 300. Yeah. Technically it hasn't been introduced yet, but the game is eventually, I believe in the next about 8 hours, is going to introduce Title Update 5, and Title Update 5 is going to increase the anomaly rank
all the way to 300.
And my current anomaly rank is 211. It took me the entirety of my Sunbreak experience to get to 211, and they just increased. They are about to increase the rank cap to 300, and they are putting an unlock at 300.
So
you technically
you technically miss me talking about it a lot, but yeah.
I'm not looking forward to all of the additional slog you're about to introduce to this game. So much fucking slog.
I feel like putting on some
nice video because I'm thinking of eating the cup noodle.
I'm kind of hungry.
So let's put on some.
Yeah.
Let's put this on. Let me see, is this one better? This one has the Castrol nest.
Oh,
Okay, we have two streams we can watch. We can have the owl nest or the Castrol nest. The Castrol nest is empty right now. Mommy and Daddy are out.
yeah, we can. Let's
I want to eat my cup noodles, so let's do some bird watching.
Oh, look, an adorable owl.
Hi, Peanut. I'm in the middle of eating cup noodle. We're bird watching together while eating cup noodle. I suddenly felt like I was starving, so yeah.
Oh, you hear a call? Oh, Ocarina call.
I wonder if I can still make ocarina noises. Sometimes I can do it, sometimes I can't.
I used to be able to make ocarina noises with my hand. Oh, you can see your chicks. Wait a minute. I almost got it.
I got it for like a second. I'm completely out of practice.
That's the best I can do for now, I think.
You can see.
You can see her little eggs and chicks down here.
Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone had a good week and a good day so far. But I don't know, miss the talk earlier. My date went very well.
My date with Numi.
The noodle's still a bit hot, so I'll let it sit it for a little while more.
And if you're wondering, where's Monsanto?
Don't worry. Monsanto is behind us.
Right now I'm just eating cup noodle because I suddenly felt like I was starving.
So we're taking a short break while I eat cup noodle. Doing okay, I think?
Glad to hear you're doing okay.
Let me check in on the Kestrel.
Is mommy or daddy back yet? Not yet.
This is the Kestrel nest over here. And this is a pond where a lot of birds like to go and drink or bathe in. If every now and then, if you're lucky, you can sometimes see an owl or one of the kestrels taking a bath in the little pond. Sadly, mommy kestrel is out right now.
So adorable.
I wonder if my friend Gannon is interested in running his Pathfinder. It's like anime. He mentioned wanting to run a Pathfinder anime tournament arc for a while. I'm not sure if he's interested in running that or not. Oh. There's nothing quite like eating warm cup noodle on a cool night. And it's finally getting cooler. 27 degrees Celsius. At night. At 2 a.m. in the morning. You can see our little chicks. There's chicks underneath her. You can see a little bit. Little fluffy chick down there. I want to make sure I have proper E-Foller's name over here because this is his bird cam. He always has bird cams running, and he also posts compilation videos where he narrates events in the bird's life. It's a very nice, wholesome, peaceful watch if you guys are into something. Well, that is if you guys find this to be relaxing and not utterly boring. You want to run a Google Earth Apocalypse Survival? How does that work? Google Earth Apocalypse Survival RPG? Also, they say never whistle at night. Why? What's wrong with whistling at night? I don't think there's a superstition around here. Or at least if it is, I've never heard of it. There's superstition about not bathing at night. There's superstition about not leaving food out at night. Trying to recall exactly what superstitions I've heard. I think the most common one is not bathe at night. Not bathe at around 2 or 3 in the morning. Let's give you guys location. You guys start there and move to Palm Using Google, huh? Cute game. We're saying I may call the flying torso weighted man as Filipino. Huh? Interesting. know dogs howling can be a sign that of there's a ghost nearby, at least in Filipino superstition, but for Chinese, I don't think that's a superstition. I know that there's one very common Chinese superstition of if you eat too much MSG, you will go bald. That's what Chinese moms tells their kids about putting too much MSG. You'll go bald. Why can't you get a cold shower? I don't know the exact story, but apparently if you shower after 2 or 3 a.m. something about it invites ghosts or bad luck or some shit. Nah, I don't know. I honestly never really paid much attention to that stuff. I'm a night owl after all, and I always, and it's not uncommon for me to shower like past midnight, so yeah. In the end, so far nothing has happened. But I will freely admit that hearing all those ghost stories sometimes makes me a little bit scared. But yeah, so far nothing has happened. Let's check in on Mommy Kestrel. Are they back yet? Oh wait, no, that's not Mom, that's Dad. Daddy's sitting on the egg. You can tell this is the male Kestrel because male Kestrels have the grey cap on their head. Females are brown all over. They don't have grey, the males have the grey. Aww. Daddy being a good dad. Expensive hunting bird. Which one? The kestrel or the pheasant? I know you mentioned wanting to eat the pheasant before. Pheasant? Or whatever called. I think these are pheasants. I'm fairly certain you've mentioned wanting to eat this before. But this is a kestrel. One of the smallest raptors, I believe. If not the smallest. Oh. This hole here is connected to this camera over here, so you can see Daddy over here. There goes Daddy. I wonder when Mommy will come back. For kestrels, they typically do not start brooding 24/7. I mean, they don't sit on the egg 24/7 until I think they reach like their 4th or 5th egg, and whenever their clutch is complete, once the daddy or mommy Castro starts sitting on the eggs 24/7 or almost 24/7, that's when you know the clutch is complete. There's only one egg here though, so it's nowhere near a full clutch. She's still going. Mommy is still going to lay at least 3 more eggs, more than likely, over the next couple of days. If we're lucky, we might be able to see Mommy lay another egg tonight. Lay the first egg on 17th of April. Normally they lay every other day. It's been a while since she's laid an egg. So we're highly likely going to get another egg tonight. Yeah, we might get another egg tonight. You have a castor skull? Huh? Unfortunate. Castro lost his life somewhere near you? The one you found at the church then. Oh, unfortunate. Oh. Hey. It's the last of my... Come, little. Let me go and wash up, and then we'll continue with a couple of hunts. I feel much better now. That's no longer shaking. So I'll be right back, chat. Let me go wash up. Back, chat. Okay. Nice warm noodles. We call him Kini Kini. Kini Kini. Oh, interesting name. So let me get back into my BDSM chess and then we'll do a couple more hunts. try to get as close to
Anomaly rank 220. What title of T5? Okay. Okay.
Oh. Is that Robert? That might be Robert.
Those are the type of clothes that he likes to wear. What's that? Robert? Ida Pond?
It looks like it could be Robert. That's typically what he wears.
Poacher?
Nah, I doubt it's a poacher. This is a reserve area, if I'm not mistaken, so it's unlikely it's a poacher.
And if he is a poacher, he's caught on camera, so sucks to be him.
Oh, hi.
Time to say goodbye to the birds.
How's the tawny owl? We're gonna say goodbye to the tawny owl. This is a tawny owl. They're very big and fluffy owls.
Very cute.
Mommy is busy taking care of the chicks though, so she's not gonna turn around. Let me show you what tawny owls look like. That's what they look like
From the front.
big.
Well, fluffy owls. That's what she looks like from the front. But yeah, right now she's taking care of her babies.
I believe 2 or 3 of her eggs have already hatched. This is her first successful clutch of eggs. Unfortunately, her first 2 clutches of eggs failed over the last 2 years, and this year she finally had a successful clutch, so
I'm happy for her.
she has her own chicks now. Do they have the dead scream? No, it's the barn owls that have to scream. The barn owls down here, they're the ones who scream.
These ones?
These, hang on, let me. These barn owls down here? Sometimes I forget that you can't see the mouse.
These panels on here.
The ones with the scream.
This one over here has the ocarina sound. The one that sounds like. Ah. I'm getting really close. Yeah, something like that.
Sometimes I can get it, sometimes I can't.
It's really hard to get my hands right.
Oh yeah, these guys have the ocarina sound. These guys down here, they have the screech. No matter what, they sound like they're screeching.
Yeah. Goodbye, little owls and kestrels.
Time for us to get back to our hunts.
Sounds like you're kicking him from.
In the balls. You mean the barn owls, the one that screech here? It definitely sounds like something screeching. every now, every now and then when I'm watching that live video feed, I would hear the barn owl screeching, and I'm like, God. The tawny owls and the kestrel sound so much better and more pleasant, and the barn owl.
クエストはこちらになります。安寧の日が訪れますように。
Now that I'm full up on food, let's go and do a couple more
休憩
hunts.
します。
Ooh, triple roast.
That's it.
I'm just dehydrated here.
Imagine hearing that at night.
On a hill without knowing what the fuck it is.
um,
I mean, city slickers who don't know what animals sound like might get terrified. But I am slightly interested in animals, so if I hear something screeching at night, I'll be like, huh, is that an owl or is it a coyote or something? I won't be too terrified of it. In fact, the only thing I might be worried about is that if it's a coyote, is it going to sneak into the house?
oh, cream pie, really? Yes. Alright, let's go.
さあ、行くわよ。お願いね。
頼むぞ。
You sometimes get people terrified of like moose sounds in the States.
頂戴します。
And admittedly, yeah, the moose scream sounds can sound terrifying if you're not accustomed to, you know, being out in the wilderness. But once
急いでちょうだい。
you've been out in the wilderness once and you learn, oh, so that's what a moose sounds like, then it's not scary anymore.
取りました。さあ、行くわよ。お願いね。
Although, to be fair, if you hear a moose very near you, then you might be a bit worried because that's a fucking moose and it might kill you.
So I guess, yeah, you don't have to be worried about monster if you hear a moose scream.
But if you hear a moose scream very near you, then you need to be worried because the moose might kill you.
Mr. Bird. Oh, there it is. Come here, Owlie.
さあ、行く
Oh
わ
god damn it.
頼むぞ。
Thank you. Plays moose angry sound.
I've heard recordings of moose noises, so yeah, they're not really that scary to me anymore since I've heard moose screams or at least mating calls. I saw a video someone posted on Twitter, and it's like, what the fuck is that noise? Like it's a monster or some shit, and other people are responding, that's a moose. It's a moose call. Don't worry about it.
次に生かせばよい。
良いものですね。
Ooh. Okay. The monster is in the same region as. The other monster, so we're gonna want to get there as quickly as possible and try to get them to fight each other. Let's go.
きちんと手入れ済みですね。武具の調子は万全。血が騒ぐわ。
助かった
感謝するわ。溢れてくる。
恩に着るぞ
気が利くわね。武器の手入れは抜かりなく。
丁寧な仕事だ
良い砥石を使っていますね。腕が鳴るわ。
任務を全うする
Hi!
会いたかった。袖。
Are you guys gonna fight?
して
Yep.
るみたい
ごゆっくり。
回復はしっかりだ
Come on. Come
そう
on.
いういければね。
Come on. There we go.
きちんと直すのよ。言うことを聞きなさい。
Okay, fight me over here.
そっちは頼んだわよ。
Ah, goddammit. I lost that joust. Fuck you. What? Really? I lost that joust as well? Ah, goddammit. You suck ass! Oh, shit. No. Okay, don't combo it. Ah! Okay. Phew.
さあ一気に攻めるぞ
Two, three, four. Cancel. Snowball and finisher. Can't stick your
見習い
drugs.
たいものだ騎士の誇りにかけて
Damn it, it takes 2 snowballs from him to inflict snowblight. Oh, stab. Fly. No. Oh, god damn it. What, really? That hit me? Oh, god damn it.
入れたわね。死ぬか。急いで治療しなさい。モンスター。
狙われているぞ
No, he hit down. What, really? He wasn't knocked down by that? Oh shit! Oh, I love having emboldened.
直しておいた方治療しておけ
気をつけて。注
攻
意して。
撃に備えよ
Really? He's doing this already?
しっかりしろ
もらうわ。
Get
元
up!
気は出たかしら。
助かった
Come on. No.
今
Nice.
突撃
Fuck you. Stab. Stab. Fly. Slam. Burst. This is a very small flaming penis.
私を本
Blinded.
気にさせた
Fuck you.
ご機嫌斜
興
めで。
奮状態のようだ
進捗は良好。
順
順
調だな
調ですね。
Get him to me. Get him to me. Good cat.
一気に攻めるぞ
Fly. Slam. Burst. Oh wait, shit. Okay, I have to knock him down immediately. Come on.
お手並み拝見ね。
腕前を見せて
Come on. Go down.
総攻撃だ 見事な総流だったな。
Gotcha.
と出る。見事な働きだ。
Change. Charge. Fuck you. Let me sharpen. Good job. Grab this. And paralyze. Fuck you. And poison. This is going very well. Really, he's leaving instead of suffering an explosion. Surprising. I would have thought that we would have done enough damage to cause him to detonate by now. Oh, it's fine. We'll get a friend to help us. Most populations abundant in some places in Canada. New Brunswick and Newfoundland, endangered in mainland Nova Scotia. Interesting. Are you leaving? Don't you dare fucking... Ah! Get back here, motherfucker. Stay right there. Blow up your ass.
総流が狙えるぞ。
Eat fish.
良い食べっぷりだ。
Let's go.
そちらは任せる。
Hi, flaming penis. I have a new fan for you. Fist him. Fist him. No, you don't. Fist. 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 Oh, this is too slow.
光で荒れているな。
Isn't he going to explode yet?
素晴らしい総流だ。
Come here. Explode, goddammit. Come on, blow your load. You have to be close. Slam. Oh, shit. Ow. Oh, the topple.
騎士の誇りにかけて。
Fly. Slam. There you go. Come here.
悪く思うな。
Stab. And fly. Slam. Burst. Fuck you. Stab.
怒っているよう
Oh wow. Stay right there. Fuck you. Oh. Not sure what that stagger is about. Oh. One and two. Oh wow. Rajan?
今のうち 総流のチャンスよ。
ができるぞ。
Come here. You gotta help me.
有 ことを聞きなさい。
Slam him. No. Fuck you. Come here.
今だ突撃
Slam. Thunder blight him and beam and fuck him up.
やり遂げたな
Yeah.
達成だ
人が変わったようだった。でもよく言われます。いただきます。
Thank you, Rajan.
I appreciate the assist. I wonder why he came straight here. He normally appears on the other side of the map.
Ah, well. Ricardo come help? Yep.
Did Rajang make a beeline for us? Because I saw the message pop up, but I wasn't looking at him on the map.
I was paying more attention to the monster.
Still got moose crossings.
Moose?
任務達成。お疲れ様でした。余裕です。
I feel a lot more invigorated now that I've had biscuits and
Cup noodle.
Nissin cup noodle. Highly recommended. Yes, they're more expensive than whatever cheapo brand you can buy, but
They're so good.
if you have a local Nissin, if you have a local Nissin factory nearby that can produce the cup noodles locally, then they're very worthwhile. But you have to buy them imported from Japan. Okay, then maybe they're not worthwhile because the import fees and taxes and all that would be huge. It'll defeat the purpose.
You know, for the Moose's safety, they're 4 years.
Moose versus car, the moose tends to win here.
I don't know. If I hit an animal that I can eat, it's going home with me. Yeah.
If you hit a moose, the moose gets to bring you home to... Oh yeah, moose are actually very, very tough animals. Do not underestimate a moose. The moose will destroy your car more often than not. And then the moose will just get up and walk away while your car is completely crushed.
Nature's arboreal tank. Hmm? Yeah.
Moose will kill you and then walk away. Which is why I was saying earlier. Oh yeah, that weird screaming you hear deep in the forest. That's not saying a monster. Oh, it's just a moose. Oh shit, it's a moose. That kind of thing. You learn to fear the moose because they may not be monsters, but they're essentially monsters.
They're 6 feet tall, all fours, and we're up to
1,400 LPS. Could you convert that into kilograms for me? You're rather prolific swimmers.
imagine diving in a pond and suddenly see
See moose.
Canadian hippos.
They weigh more than some cars. 600 kilograms. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a lot of animal. Yeah, do not fuck around with moose. If you want to live. I've seen images of people saying they had to call off from, or the boss understands when they call off from work because there's a moose in the driveway. And yeah, people call a boss, I can't come in, takes a picture of the moose outside, and boss is like, oh, okay, understandable. I'll see you later when you can get out. I've also seen notes left by delivery person where the reason for not delivering to the doorstep is because there was a moose in the driveway. Moose is easy to take down. One good heart or lung poke and done. Poke with what exactly? I hope you're trying to poke it with a cannon, because if it's anything less than a cannon, the moose will just shrug it off and kill you. Last bit of coffee, everyone. Cheers. Errol has played too much hunting games. Speaking of hunting games, I've been tempted to play Call of the Wild. You guys have seen that game, or at least heard of it, right? Call of the Wild. That game that was apparently out for 4 years but suddenly exploded in popularity like 6 months ago, and I don't know why. Still no meat in Monster Rice? Yeah. If you want to eat meat, you have to cook your own. Unfortunately. Oh well. At least they made it so that steak is a lot easier to get, and rice. So we can provide our own meat, even though the canteen doesn't give us meat anymore. Is Call of the Wild a free one? No, I don't think so. It's relatively cheap, but it's not free. One of those mostly realistic hunting sim ones. Yeah. For some reason, recently I've seen, at least within the last 6 months, I've seen a lot of people suddenly stream it. I'm like, what is this game? Why is everyone playing it all of a sudden? And apparently Foxley has it. So the other day I asked Foxley, is the game good? maybe one day I'll play with Foxley. During the TTRPG hiatus, or after I'm done with Death Stranding, we'll see. Although, when I finish with Death Stranding, I've been tempted to try to get back into Monster Hunter 14. It like doesn't change much. I don't know because I don't think Call of the Wild was a series, or if it is, it's not one of those that produces like 12 different games. The Hunter Call of the Wild.
Yeah, that's the one.
Relatively cheap.
Surprisingly.
And yeah, it suddenly exploded in popularity and everyone is saying that it's the best hunting game ever.
And I saw a bunch of friends playing it. I am a little bit curious about it.
So we'll see. Once I'm done with Death Stranding, it's either going to be FF14 or Call of the Wild with Foxley.
See what happens over the next
恩に切るぞ
couple of weeks.
誰にも私は感謝する
Alright, I see Tigrex has lost, so let's go.
どうする総流を任せよ
Fuck you!
Come here, Tigrex.
Can you help me?
さあ私に従い
I got it.
思いっきり暴れなさい
Okay, this is another really small flaming penis.
怒っているよ
Fuck you!
Oh, you don't. What?
How did it miss me? Fuck it up!
今だ突撃
2 and
3! Finisher!
悪く思うな
Cats,
習いたいもの
drugs,
だ
switch,
and
fuck you!
進捗良好
標に近づきました
もらった
許さない
no, you don't.
やってくれたわね
治療しておけ私のお供は優秀だな
覚悟は
Fuck you!
予定通り
さあ一気に攻めるぞ
Okay, that knockdown was from my
脱獄せよ
Oh, my purple.
打ち抜く
fly slam.
装填さすが私のお供
What? Whoa, oh, okay, that was different.
急いで治
He
療し
rarely does that move.
回復したら気が利くわね
恩に切るぞ
やるじゃない針に支障が出るわね
直しておいた方がいいぞ
Hey,
標的にされているぞ
fuck you!
今だ
Change.
Charge! Fuck you!
進捗良好
Paralyze.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Fly slam.
私を本気にさせたな
Fuck you!
Oh, really? Yeah.
I hate it when he does that.
打ち抜く
Stop!
興奮状態のようだ
What did that?
One of the dogs.
手加減なんか期
Slam.
待しないことね
How did that somehow miss his
Wings! Lucky?
Are you gonna fire?
Goodbye.
総攻撃だ
Fuck you!
予定やり遂げ
Oh,
る
multiple. I'm gonna let one of
よくやっ
the
た
Let's get it. Why? Refresh buffs.
手加減はせん。
食事は大事です。
いざ総流。
お手並み拝見ね。
さあ一気に攻めるぞ。
Fuck you.
見直したわ。
覚悟。
Stab.
悪く
And that's why I run Pathbreaker.
リロード。
Stab. Good job.
攻め時だな。
Fuck you.
手加減はせん。
Burst. Fly. Oh.
期待しないことね。
Alright. Slam. Burst. Side swipe. Change. Back up. Charge.
行くわよ。
思い知れ。
Fly. Slam. Burst.
覚悟。
Fuck you. Stab. Fuck you.
怒ってるわね。
治療しておけ。
きちんと治すの打ち抜く。
これは
モンスターに狙われてるわよ。治療を忘れない。
Ah, damn it. Too early. Ah, too early again.
私のお供ね。
Stab.
もらった。
ひれ伏し
Slam.
思い知れ。
Beating. Yeah.
追跡だ。
私から逃げられるとでも。まだいいところじゃない。
Oh. Highest bundle is $53. That's surprisingly cheap. I assume the bundle contains a lot of different
採取です。
DLCs and stuff. What kind of armor does this guy make anyway? I believe he makes what can best be described as biker armor. It looks like a biker or punk armor. Lots of leather.
ごゆっくりどうぞ。
良い
Also,
食べっぷりだ。
手入れは
I have
抜
a
かりなく。
moose monster.
丁寧にしろ。
I
手入れは大
think
切ですね。
the closest monster we have to a moose is Banbaro. You remember Banbaro from World, right? Well, specifically Iceborne.
ほら、総流できるわよ。
総流が狙えるぞ。
狩り場での
焦らずとも良い
Although
ぞ。
technically Banbaro is a brute with it,
私を本気にさせたな。
that's the closest thing we have to a moose. Ah! Oh god. The cluster!
興奮してるみたい。
怒っているようだ。
No! Fuck off! Oh!
注意して仕掛けてくる
攻
わよ。
撃に備
Oh! Fuck off!
え。今突撃。
Alright, we pushed him into the poison, good. And the poison ran out right when we pushed him in. Are you fucking...
素晴らしい総理だ覚悟
Fuck you! As I'm falling into the poison tree after the poison runs out.
装填やるじゃない打ち抜く
Really? The hitbox of that is a bit weird.
Reload.
Nice.
総攻撃だ騎士の誇りに
Charge.
かけて
Fuck you.
手加減はせん
Stab.
手加減
Fly.
期待しないこと
Miss.
ね
And done.
打ち抜く
達成だ
終わりねお疲れ様でしたでは帰還いたしましょう良い狩猟でした
Oh yeah, those guys? Yeah. It's Bambaro time. Bambaro. Fucking NCH turning Bambaro into a Hamtaro meme. My best friend. Da, 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 da. I know a lot of people grew up on Hamtaro, but I never really liked Hamtaro. I've seen it, but not my kind of show. I much prefer Doraemon.
これにて任務完了ですねやりました
Noticing a trend with that poison tree. Yeah, that poison tree is like... It's annoying because in order to get the poison tree to proc, we have to hit it with a big attack, which means either my Wyvern Fire or any kind of Wyvern Fire equivalent, or a monster needs to hit it with a big attack. And the problem is that even if we were to throw the monster into the tree itself isn't a wall that the monster can collide with, so the monster will hit the tree and then slide off the tree. That's the annoying part about the fucking tree. He'll hit the tree, proc the tree, and then slide away from the tree. So annoying. I can't believe that they did not put did not make the tree count as a wall for the purposes of bashing the monster's head into. Ow. Hamtaro's a feel-good show, even the top of it. So was Doraemon, but every time I watch Hamtaro, I'm like, not my thing. I'd much rather have Doraemon. Doraemon more of a crude comedy? It is comedic, but I wouldn't call it too crude. The kind of comedy where Nobita is a little brat who keeps
元気そうですね
getting too big for his own bitches and then he gets his comeuppance. That kind of comedy. Except instead of something like what's that isekai show involving Aqua? What's the name of that show? You guys remember that name, right? I keep forgetting the name of that show. Konosuba, yeah. Instead of Konosuba, where literally the only character who keeps being an ass and getting their comeuppance is Aqua constantly in Doraemon. Besides Nobita, Giant and what's the name of that other guy? The sniveling little rat. There's Nobita, Giant. Shizuku is the girl. What's the name of the guy? The fourth guy. I've forgotten his name. Sunio, yeah, Sunio. Nobita, Giant, and Sunio are all assholes. So they each take turns being the little brat that eventually gets their comeuppance. So so it doesn't get too old, you know? The whole like the character being a brat and getting his comeuppance kind of thing, it doesn't wear out its welcome because there's the three different characters juggle between them that role of brat getting comeuppance kind of thing. Whereas in Konosuba, it's always Aqua who is the little brat. And she never learns to be not a brat despite the fact that she's constantly getting a comeuppance, so it's like, ugh, sick of it. We should lock this. Right, we're getting really close to getting this monster to level 201. Let's go. At least 2 more hunts. And we can get him to 201. Let's switch out the cats again. We've done Makia, we've done Lucky. Now we'll have Eradika. Eradika. Your turn to come out. Right. Milkawaka. Milkawaka is a very valuable food buff. Oh, I have no more coffee. I know technically earlier I said I was only gonna go until I ran out of coffee, but yeah, the cup noodle has given me a second moon. So I'll go until and we've gotten this monster to level 201. Shit, I don't have the healing buff. I might switch off Foxley for dying since we don't have healing buff this hunt. Ooh, blast up. That's worth taking. Get up the damn fucking... Thank you.
さあ行くわよ
Did I miscalculate the amount of helpers I could bring?
I might have.
急いでちょうだい
I might have to toss one of them off later. We'll see.
順調ですね
進捗良好
That doesn't look ominous at all.
Dog, I said come here. Why aren't you letting me? Fucking. Yep, I miscalculated.
さあ行くわ
We'll
よ
throw the lantern bug.
The lantern bug is the most useless out of all the helpers. Why am I only seeing? Oh, both the monsters are on top of each other.
There they are. Oh, yeah, let's bring in Dying Lazy instead.
Dying and
Yeah. Drink powder,
気が利くわ
恩に来
powder,
力があふれ
助かった
sharpen.
抜かりなく良い
常に
砥石を
手
使っています
入れは怠るな
Warbug! Red Warbug!
いざ
change.
できなさい気をつよ
Hi, Minnie!
潮流を任せよう
いければね
回復はしっかり
And
Let's go.
私に従いなさい
hi, Batch!
I have a friend for you.
あいたかった
Fuck you!
目標発見
He's angry already. I feel like they increased the rate at which this guy enters red mode or fist and fist,
に攻めるぞ
fist, fist and fist. Cats,
高い
drugs,
ものだ
Charge.
私を本気にさ
Fuck
せ
you!
た刮目せよ
死ぬくさすが私のお供ね
Stop it!
miss me.
いい働きよ
Fuck you! Ugh. I need to learn to read that attack.
How the hell did that not hit me?
さすが
Fuck you!
仕掛けてくるわよ
Fuck you!
装填いい働きよ
今だ突撃
Come on.
行くぞ
Fuck you. Sideswipe and stab.
思い知れ
Slam. Burst. Stab.
もらった
Fuck you.
騎士の誇りにかけて
Nine. Come on. Good girl. Slam. Burst. Sideswipe.
私を本気にさ
Slide. Slam. Burst. It's gonna stay right there. Fuck you.
興奮状態のよう
治療を忘れないあのうち装填打ち抜く
Oh. What? Really? He tried to hit me with that? Oi, motherfucker. Fuck you. No, don't run. Don't fucking run, you motherfucker.
だな
私から逃げられるとでもやり遂げましたおめでとうございます
よくやった
Idiot when the monster runs right when the cat throws his thing out. Swap out the blue hair for this. Go back here and
戻りました
grab the quick heal. Wait. What has been increasing my stamina?
良い砥石です
That's
切れ味には常に気を配れ
something has been increasing my stamina this hunt and I don't know what.
覚悟はいい
Is it the blue hair?
交流ができるぞ
できるわよ
せい私を本気にさせたな
ごゆっくりどうぞ
I don't know what is giving me stamina. That's
そっちは
strange.
頼んだわよ
Gonna have to test this. Fuck you.
怒りで荒れているな
ご機嫌斜めかし
Bonk. No.
そう
Snowball.
一気に行くぞ
感謝する助かったわ
見事な働きだ
Finish him.
覚悟
なかなかやるわね
見事活目せよ
手加減なんか期
That
待しな
hit
い
him?
ことね
Really? Wow.
総流のチャンスよ
総流を任せよ
Okay, you know what? I'll let the get him.
狩り場での食事良いものです
標的にされているぞ
What?
倒しておいた
Did
急いで治
it?
療しなさい
Did he mount him? Really? Why did they mount him? Oh god damn it! They got distracted by the fucking bunny bear thing.
われてるわよ。
Fuck you, bitch!
突撃。
きちんと直すの。覚悟はいい？
Stab!
さすが私のお供。やるじゃない。
Fly slam first. Fuck you.
打ち抜く。
Cats, drugs. Okay, something is giving me stamina. What? Where am I getting the stamina from? Fuck you!
さすが私のお供ね。やるじゃない。許さない。
Slam.
打ち抜く。いい標的にされてるわよ。
Stab. This stamina increase is not something I get normally. Where? It's not from Gallius, no Luchika. Is it from dying? Oh, I wonder if dying has an ability that gives me stamina increase.
丁寧な仕事だ。
Wait, hang on. We can get Rajam to help us, so we're gonna do that.
到着。
補充の確認を。
Up here. Rajang! Trying to help us? Come here.
交流ができるぞ。
I want to hunt with dying again one more time to see if it's dying who's giving me this stamina increase. Hi! Find me over here. Where I can push you into the water.
怒っているようだ。
What? Where are you going? Really? Fuck you!
さあ、一気に攻めるぞ。
Beam!
良いサポートだ。
Fuck off!
打って出る。こちらまで消え。素晴らしい総流だ。
Stab. Slam burst.
Say!
Stab. Get into the wall. Take this.
予定通り
Fuck you.
目標に近づきましたやるじゃん打ち抜く
手加減はせん
Okay, I want to find out where that stamina is coming from.
Someone is giving me permanent,
片付いたか
a gradual stamina increase, and it's.
帰ったら武具の手入れを入念にしないといけませんね
Is it dying lazy?
いただきます
I have to look this up. It really is dying lazy then. Wow. It's really nice utility.
採取です
It's not Erratica because I don't think there's anything from Erratica that buffs me.
I'll check my cat abilities after.
頼もしき腕前
どうも
Hi, Erotica. You having fun over there?
Oh, there's a lot of plundered items from non-plunder cats.
Oh,
Of course, it only got me up to 200, so we need to hunt it one more time to get it to 101. Oh, never mind.
let's get it done.
おやいらっしゃい 行くぞご利用どうも
Before we hunt him down, let me check on my cat's abilities. Dying.
Is it Health Horn? It recovers body and player's health. Was it the Health Horn? Feline Whirlwind Wyvern Blast. It's definitely not Wyvern Blast. Not the Giga Bomb, eh? That is very strange. Does your health horn have a stamina increase? Hang on, I'm going to ask the Martelos Nest.
Let me see.
Does the healing cat's horn have a stamina buff because I'm getting a stamina buff from some as if I've eaten some ration or steak from somewhere and I can't track it down. I don't think it's from Garlius.
Alright, let's see if the marvelous nest knows anything.
期限満場ですね。いつでもお立ち寄りくださいね。
Need to say hi to oh, good luck, Chan.
これが癒し。
You have an answer yet?
We're going to try another hunt with dying.
大変を終わらせないと。
And we'll see if I still have that buff.
I'm fairly certain I wasn't getting that buff without dying. Unless it's go fight win reduces hunter stamina loss, but that's just reduce, it doesn't restore my stamina.
Yeah, we need to figure this out, chat.
一息つきます。
Go we go, alright.
I'll be there soon enough once. This is probably my last hunt for the night. Bloodlust
Or strife.
Let me double check
My build just in case I
a bloodlust or strife.
Skill info. Nope.
It's a gradual. I thought go fight win. I thought go fight win only increases stamina recovery, not fills up the stamina bar as if you've eaten food. Also, it felt like it lasted. It fills it up with oh wow! Really? It increases your max stamina as well as if you've eaten food? The description doesn't imply that at all. It behaves like you drank dash juice. Interesting. So if your stamina isn't full, you get a bit restore in addition to the buff. Wow. Huh. That? Really? That? The description for the fucking ability doesn't imply that at all. It actually... It functions like a dash juice, so that's where it was coming from. One of the cats must have... popped Go Fight Win. Oh, okay. Well, that's that mystery solved. Hi Kyla, welcome. You missed us talking about delicious Ippudo ramen earlier. Very, very delicious Ippudo ramen. You want pictures? This will be the last hunt for the night, but yeah. Pictures of the delicious ramen I had on my date earlier. Hang on, let me respond this. God fucking damn it. Stupid. Inaccurate description. Okay. Let me show you the delicious ramen we had. Well, probably not anywhere near as good as the stuff you've had in Japan, but it's the best we can get around here. This one, my friend Numi had this. It's one of the shoyu base ramen, but he added a lot of chili powder in it. And these are just some random sides. Also, I got this. Oh, this is making me want to eat more of it. I love pork broth. Pork broth is so good. You wonder if it's the same as Ippudo Japan. It is the same chain, but you know, the stuff in Japan is probably a lot better. You know, you know how it is. If you want to get the really good stuff, you gotta get it from Japan. But the Ippudo chains here are genuine. They're part of the Ippudo franchise, and it is one of the best that we can get around here. It's so good. Well,
about as good as we can get it outside Japan. Really, really nice. And of course, when it comes to eating at Ippudo, I have to order. Once I'm done with the noodles, I have to order an extra serving of noodles. That's tradition. Gotta make the most out of the broth, delicious broth, and eat more noodles. And as is tradition, you gotta eat the first takoyaki while still piping hot and burn the roof of your mouth, which is what I did. Yeah. You also have rice you can get for free and dump in the soup, right? I don't know about the rice. If they do have rice, I haven't asked. I usually just go for extra noodles because, you know, gotta have the ramen. Rice I can get it at home, but ramen, I can't get it at home. So yeah. Super flavor kanji. Oh, you're tempting me to try one day, but I'll probably stick with upping more ramen into it because I want ramen. Yeah, I had those noodles earlier today. During my date with Numi to go and watch Mario. Oh, god damn it! Oh, I guess it worked out because it helped me find this note. Still. You go back and get this. Give me that note. Thank you. I never gone for extra rice personally. Yes, because like I said, you can get rice at home, but you can't get really, really good ramen at home. So yeah, you usually just go for ramen, and then once it comes down to just a little bit of sweet light, then you just slurp it all up. Just watch the saddest video, like. Kaiba is more fucked up than anything. Oh, you guys watch Mario? Yeah. Why? What's wrong with the video that you saw? But yeah, me and Numi went to watch Mario. I technically reviewed the movie earlier, before we moved on to Monster Hunter, but TLDR? Spoiler-free TLDR? Very theme park-esque movie. That's the best way I can describe it. It's like a theme park. You watch the movie, it kind of goes quickly from real world. Well, there's a segment that's in real world, and then once that's done, it goes into this roller coaster ride into the Mushroom Kingdom, and then it goes into another roller coaster ride into something else, and then it goes into a roller coaster ride to the next thing. Just basically an excuse to show you, to move you along from one thing to the next, pretty much. So it's not a great movie, but it's a good fun movie. Simple fun movie. And there is one thing I will spoil, but it happens in the first 3 minutes of the movie, so you guys don't mind being spoiled
spoiled of a single thing that happens in the first 3 minutes of the movie, right?
腕が鳴るわ
総流を任
総
せよ
流できるわ
You
よ
guys don't mind with that, right? Something that happens in the first 3 minutes of the movie. It's like literally just a throwaway thing.
回復はしっかりな
Okay, you guys know how Chris Pratt is voicing Mario, right?
いい調子のよ
順
そっちは
調頼んだぞ
頼んだわよ
Well, the iconic voice actor of Mario makes a cameo in the movie. Multiple cameos, in fact. And his first cameo is right at the beginning of the movie, so yeah.
そこに
Even though they did not use Charles Martinet to voice Mario, they at least got him to appear in the movie, so that's nice.
ご機嫌斜めかし
So yeah, that's the only spoiler. Literally in the first, like,
Minute of the movie.
you hear his voice.
I won't spoil exactly,
What role he's playing?
but yeah, you do hear
見
him.
事な
As
総
a
流
cameo.
総流じゃない
So yeah, they made sure to get him in there, even if he's not the main character, which is nice.
覚悟
Fuck you.
Stab,
やるじゃない死ぬ
stab, and
思い知れ
Fly.
許さない
slam, burst.
リロード
Oh shit!
What?
How did that first blast start hit him?
打ち抜く
狙われているぞ
狙われてるわよ
刮目せよ
装填
Fuck you. Too early. Excuse me?
いい働きよ
Good job, Era.
覚悟はいい
Why bully the dragon? Well, this dragon is being extra angry. It's the horny virus. We have to fucking
リロード
put him out of his misery.
直しておいた方がいい
He's too horny for his own good.
I'm sorry, Chato. If there was any other way,
I would.
思い知れ
Okay, technically there is another way. The only other way is if I were to
手加減はせん
give my body up to him to.
learn to use, but I think I'd rather not do that.
Thank you very much. That's last resort. Yes.
せい
Okay, I have to
もらった
sharpen.
Come on. Nice.
順調です
Good job.
目標に近づく
どこ
Fly,
覚悟はいい
slam, burst.
Switch and charge. Fuck you.
やるじゃないさすが私のお供ね
Fuck you.
怒っているようだ
支障が
Oh
出て
wow.
る
Paralyzed again.
薬はあるか
治療を忘れないで
Oh wow, that wore off very quickly.
助かった覚
It's
悟
not good. I
装填
don't. Oh,
Oh, intrepid hearted.
oh, that's not good. Ow.
Ow, 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 ow. Shit.
Is he going for me? Nope. Okay.
元気が出た
恩に切るぞ
感謝する
交流ができるぞ
総流のチャンスよ
良い
Okay.
食べっぷりだ
Oh,
磨く
Multiple. I'll let one of the bots.
take it. Horny dragons are the best dragons. I mean, you're not wrong there, but I will hunt them and ask this not for, meeting. I'm supposed to defeat dragons, not let them mount me.
That's the last result.
Yes.
もらった
Fuck you. Oops.
I keep underestimating how much damage this guy does.
急いで治療しなさい
Get over here.
Take this.
総攻撃だ
Fuck you.
私を本気に
An
させた
explosion.
な
Good. Swipe and stab.
Fly. Slam. West. Change.
What's he doing?
Oh,
He's coming to me.
okay.
He's gonna do a second time, and he's open.
Fuck you. Stab. Right.
And
Beat it. Ah.
すぐに
成績だ
Alright, where's the other monster there? Well,
we use the camp as a quick heal.
戻りました
Explore fish and wildlife display help decide to fight off invasive species. Killing a man's pet that was okay there, Bala. Oh, that's sad. Plant in the water, yes. Why not drop radioactive waste?
oh, that's unfortunate. Ah.
Hopefully the man is able to get some kind of recompense.
Oh, we're going to get a bunny bear to help us.
Buff.
Buff.
感謝する
気が利くわね
常に手入れは怠るな
Bunny, where are you?
Change.
And hi.
総流を任せよう
総流できるわよ
Another mud beetle. Okay.
回復はしっかりだ
良いわ
I need to learn the other entrance into here.
行くぞ
Let's take the
腕
other
前を見
entrance.
せ
Where does this enter from?
Here. Oh. I rarely ever come here. Hi, dragon.
Really, how did that miss him? Oh, yeah.
Fuck you.
興奮状態のようだ
興奮してるみたい
今だ
Three,
突撃
four,
Cancel.
snowball.
And
What? That didn't.
I didn't snow him. Really?
思い知れ
いい総流じゃない
Cats.
Drugs?
手加減なんか期待しないことね
騎士の誇りにかけて
Stab. Stab.
Mud beetle in your face!
素晴らしき活躍
Fuck you! Fuck you! Somehow that missed me.
総攻撃だ
Oh, good job, cat.
もらった
Come on, think we can finish him.
せい手加減はせん
Fuck you! Hey, fuck you. No, you don't. Get back here. Gotcha.
達成だ
You think dragons are weak against flying attacks? I feel like that's a weakness that's unique to you, Choto.
Unless my gun lens is powered by alcohol. No, I never thought of that. What am I actually firing out of this thing? It's not... It's not a bullet. I can even charge it.
Maybe I'm firing alcohol at them.
うむ見事
It's black powder? Yeah, it's more than likely just gunpowder, but still.
Maybe it's got a bit of alcohol in it. I can't tell what the final hit on this guy was.
Maybe I clipped his foot, or could have been that ice bullet over there, or it could have been that explosion over there.
Oh.
Okay, finally we achieved
What we set out to do.
How many hours did that take?
4 hours, give or take. Is Spice Drum?
You know, I actually prefer normal unspiced rum rather than spiced rum.
But that's just me. Mainly because I usually use rum to make eggnog, and spiced rum doesn't really go well in eggnog.
Hi. We've been doing nothing but hunting fucking Espinas all this stream. Do we want to hunt at least one more monster before we call it a stream? Just so that this wasn't a stream entirely a flaming penis.
Yeah, you know what? Well, we'll do one more hunt after I'm done with the farm.
So that this wasn't a stream entirely about just flaming penis.
Let's see.
Oh,
Pure fish. I need this. Oh, you thought?
さて始めよう
Really? Yeah,
取
no.
引開始といこ
Do I need that?
う
No.
いざ
Wait. I forgot to activate buddy bargaining. Shit! Fuck! Well, it's a good thing that we weren't short of any materials. Shit. Oh, it's fine, my fault.
I blamed my lack of food brain earlier for fucking that up.
Wait, more fish? Yes.
Fish? No. Okay.
Wait. Ooh, curio hunt, but is there any fish? 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 No bonus fish, but there's 2 fish nodes here.
We have to go for the fish notes.
I feel like the devs honestly didn't intend.
Pain? Okay.
Hang on. Kylon, Oakley, and. Sinjugui.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like the devs originally didn't intend for fish nodes to be the most valuable nodes in this mercenary thing, but
Turned out that fish notes are just indispensable.
immunizer's okay.
Human powers are okay.
Seeds okay. Bitterbugs okay. Mandragora is low. Godbugs okay.
Scatterfish are okay.
We'll do Mandragora. Mandragora, Godbugs, and
Popfish.
Oh yeah
Send out Cass. Give you Godbug. Warbinger. Give me Mandra. And Ray Toddy, give me more Popfish.
出航準備完了
Let me drink some water. Let me stay hydrated.
okay, this time do not forget to activate buddy bargaining.
There we go.
楽しかったぞ
Someone here wants to talk to me.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Alright.
Let's... Wait, no, that's not where I want to go.
I want to go here. Alright.
Let's prepare for the...
Last hunt. For the night.
リクエストはこちらになります
Zenogre. Oh. Do I want to hunt a Zenogre? Nah.
Let's hunt a Ryzen. Yes.
Let's hunt another Ryzen Elder. Oh, this is a good one. I should lock this.
この件が全て解決したら、私ぜひあなた様が育ったカムラの里を訪ねてみたいです。ロンリーネから里のお話を聞いて以来、その思いはますます募るばかりで。
A single faint camellias? That's
terrifying. We'll hunt this Teostra.
Guileless?
Uchika.
Okay, we can't take any risk against this guy because this guy will probably destroy us.
Which cat do I bring?
Do I bring Dying?
Let's bring
Dying and Eretica.
Yeah, I'll bring Dying, Lazy, and Eretica. I think I need to top up my gourmet fish. Yeah, let's top up gourmet fish. Final hunt for the night.
Can't wait until I get to hunt Amatsu again.
It's been ages since I hunted Amatsu. Getting released tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
I have no more coffee, so it's just water.
Grab your drinks, everyone. Green time.
By the way, Choto, are you gonna be streaming later?
Guys,
if you like
seeing smexy dragon dances and lots of butt wiggles,
and especially if you like EDM music.
Oh, you see that shot over there?
You see Choto over there?
Make sure to follow her.
She does a lot of YouTube dances and EDM music. So yeah, if you're into that sort of stuff, then make sure you follow her.
She's really nice.
And she recently got partnered on YouTube as well. So yeah,
Make sure to follow her.
working on avatars. Okay. I really need to work on my avatars as well, but so much of my downtime is taken up by TTRPG that I don't have enough time to work on avatars while also working on
Pathfinder stuff.
but my party is approaching the end of my short campaign, so once the short campaign ends, once they defeated the boss in the short campaign, I'm gonna take a short hiatus from learning TTRPG so I can work on avatars, and then it also gives me time to recharge my creative juices, make sure I don't get burned out. And then once avatar upgrade is done, then I'll come back to doing more TTRPG. I'm gonna follow in Brunswick's footsteps if you...
I'm sure you know Brunswick, Choto.
But yeah, I'm going to follow in Brunswick's footsteps where, in order to make sure that things can be prepared ahead of time and I don't suffer from burnout, going to organize my role the tabletop RPG into seasons. And season 1 is about to enter its last, I think, 2 to 3 episodes. Depending on how fast my players go through the content, there'll only be about 2 to 3 episodes left.
Once they complete the final boss and go through the epilogue, that'll be it for season 1.
I should probably figure out how to do a proper shout-out command with my boss, shouldn't I? I've been lazy, I haven't got around to doing it. I have no idea how you were able to get it done. I should probably look into it. Yeah, I'll ask you about it in your Discord later. Right. Where do we want to go?
We'll go here.
D&D seems like a full-time job.
Well,
When you're DMing, it's a full-time job.
because
It's up to you to come up with the bleh. It's up to you to, you know, exercise your creative juices and make sure your players have content.
yeah,
Although to be fair, a lot of it really comes down to your style of DMing. Some DMs, like one of my DMs, Lucky, tends to just spit roast things as he just spits things out as it comes up, but he does that kind of DMing doesn't really lend itself to something that can be streamed, which is why whenever he DM'd my D&D sessions, I did not stream it because it's usually a lot of dead air, and yeah, it wouldn't be good for streaming. I myself, I know that I tend to prepare a lot ahead of time, so I know that I can stream it. Nicholoso, one of the other DMs, I don't know if he's comfortable enough with streaming. I know another one, Ganon, he has always been interested in streaming, but he has yet to actually try to stream.
so yeah. Right.
That was the fastest way for me to get to the
Also, I think this way.
to go the long way around.
You can make D&D easy. Stats as everyone.
Well, different systems have different way of handling stats. Some are quite stat heavy, like D&D. They're quite stat heavy. Others are more roleplay heavy. It really comes down to the different systems.
You know, which system you wanna play and stuff.
He's going to explode. Okay.
Fuck you!
One more.
Come on and finish!
This is a very small Teostra.
Isn't it?
This guy looks... Oh, this guy is tiny.
Is this a silver crown small?
Slam burst. Yeah, this guy is tiny. Did he overpower my explosion?
狙われているぞ。今だ、突撃。
Stab. Charge. Fuck you.
What? Knockdown already? Okay, this is a very weak Teostra.
Oh.
Yeah, there's something off with this Teostra. Teostra is not normally this weak.
Did we get a weak Teostra roll? Strange.
戻りました。
Right. Time for us to bring
手入れは抜かりなく。
B52 to help.
常に手入れは怠るな。
Really? The spiders are annoying him? Shit, please stand still.
Please stand still, please stand still. Thank you.
総流ができるぞ。
総流いけるわね。
ごゆっくりと。
良い食べっぷりだ。
Let's go.
私を本気にさせたな。
総流を始めるわ。
Hi. Have I had a friend?
予定通りです。目標に向かってます。
Also, Choto, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Monster Hunter, but that fire cat thing is technically an elder dragon.
さあ、一
Monster
気に
Hunter
攻
is
める
weird
ぞ。
that way.
Slam and
Finish.
これで終わりよ。
見事な総流だったな。
手加減な
Come
ん
here.
て期待しないことね。
really
総流が
multiple?
狙えるぞ。
チャンスよ。
Oh.
いい働きよ。
I guess I'll grab him then. We're going to take him to the water hazard.
進捗は良好。
Hi.
今だ、突撃。
Yeah, I'm gonna switch by another plate.
Looks fun. It is fun, but
Uh,
標的にされてる。
モンスターから目を走りをしておけ。
I need to add a disclaimer.
in regards to this game specifically.
やるじゃない。
Detonator.
Already got fire, fire, fire. Good
総攻
boy.
撃だ。
Slam,
一
burst,
気に行くぞ。
swipe, stab,
感謝するわ。
Fly.
slam, burst.
Ow.
リロード。打ち抜く。
Oh my god! Okay, that hits 360.
回避したわね。助かった。
感謝する。
Wait, is he still? Yep, he's still fighting.
良いものです。食事は
焦ら
大事。
ずとも良いぞ。
Come here.
リロード。
今だ、突撃。
Oh. I don't know who did that, but oh well.
Fuck you!
騎士の誇りにかけて。
さすが私のお供。
Stab.
もらった。
Back up. Charge. Fuck you.
raging again. Oh, fucking.
狙われているぞ
Oh, fucking. You better not leave. What? What the fuck is he aiming at? Fuck you.
この気を逃すな
Slam. First.
よくやった
Swipe.
殺
Stab.
戮せよ
Back up charge. Fuck you.
モンスターから目を離すな
Where's he going? Wait, what? Wait. Where's he going? Fuck you! Stab! What is up with this guy? There wasn't an update that nerfed Teostra. This is a very, very weak Teostra. I don't normally get that many explosions with Teostra. Oh. Hi Ross, welcome. How's it going? You like Xenoblade Zero, so you mentioned you will like it. Okay, yeah, I need to add a disclaimer with regards to this game specifically, or I should say this specific game in the Monster Hunter series, because they've done something with this game in Rise specifically that a lot of people, well, people like me are finding to be very annoying. I will explain it once I'm out of the hunt. Hi! Ah, goddammit, I mistimed that.
怒りでやられているな標的にされているぞ
Oh! Oh, that hurt. Oh! Okay, I almost fucked that up. Get into the wall. Stab. He does that a second time. Hi, Gallus. I don't know what knocked him down, but oh well. What the fuck is knocking him down? Slam. Fuck you. Swipe. Change. Back up. Charge. Come here. Okay. Ah.
達成だ
Okay. And that is the last hunt for today.
私を本気にさせたな
Thank you, Mr. Hermitor. No, that's not Hermitor, that's Senator. I keep mixing up Hermitor and Senator. Okay, I'll just start going over the thing that they did in this particular game. Out of all the Monster Hunter series, they introduce an insane amount of grind into this particular game in the series. More grind than I've ever seen in all my years of playing Monster Hunter. I think I've been playing Monster Hunter for like 13 years. Starting from 2nd generation in Monster Hunter FU, Freedom Unite. And I've never seen grind in the series like I'm seeing in this particular game. There are several types of grind that has always existed in Monster Hunter. There is either the deco grind or the charm grind. Depending on which particular Monster Hunter game, you're either grinding for decos or charms. This is the charm grind, where you're trying to roll RNG for a piece of equipment that has skills and slots that you want. If it's not this type of grind, it's the deco grind, which is kind of similar in a which is a slightly different system. Rather than rolling RNG for that particular piece of equipment, which is this right here, rather than rolling RNG for this equipment, instead you'll be rolling RNG for these decals, we call these decals, these jewels that you fit into the armor. Depending on which Monster Hunter game you play, you are either rolling RNG for this or rolling RNG for this. You are never rolling RNG for both at the same time, so you don't have to worry about that. But that's how it used to be. In this game, we are rolling RNG for this and rolling RNG for this, which is basically more skills and slots onto the armors. This is RNG. Armors in Monster Hunter come with pre-built skills and stuff like that. Some of these skills are coming from my decals and stuff I've already fit into it, but armors in Monster Hunter have pre-built skills into them. The different armors that you can build have different skills, like this particular one has these skills in it to start with, this has these skills to start with. So yeah, you are also rolling RNG for every single armor slot in the game. In terms of this, you can add and minus additional skills onto these armors. So there is that RNG. In addition to this RNG, which this is new to this particular Monster Hunter, all this RNG. I have never seen a Monster Hunter make you roll RNG for 6 different slots at the same time. And it's not just that.
You see, dragon resistance, that's not real. that
There is a specific armor for that, but I'll go over that in a moment. That's not the only grind in this game. There is this grind, this particular number, this very specific number over here, anomaly research. This is the endgame grind. Well, in addition to equipment, this is the endgame level grind of Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak specifically. This number, out of all the numbers on this screen, this number is the single most important number. Because this determines the quests you can get here. The maximum level of the quest you can get here. And this number determines the main rewards that you can get from this. And these main rewards are used to craft all of the shit that you... all of the endgame version of all this that goes into this. That number goes into here, basically. And the amount of grind that goes into increasing this number, as well as this number, is bordering on ludicrous. It takes me 3 quests to increase this number once. And they are about to release Title Update 5, free update basically. Free update 5, which is going to increase the cap of this number from 220 to 300. And I have had to hunt about 1,000 monsters to get this far. And they expect me to get this number to 300 now. And they intentionally put one of the final unlocks in the game at 300. That is a level of grind that has not existed in Monster Hunter until now. And if you are playing on console, there's no way for you to avoid this. You are going to have to hunt 1,000 monsters to get to the end of all this grind, pretty much. Is there an endgame? I'm basically at the endgame already. What I'm doing now is endgame content. The monster I just hunted is a Ryzen Elder Dragon, which is technically supposed to be the hardest form of monster in the game, although I have a feeling that I rolled a easy version of the monster because that monster was very weak. I don't normally topple the monster that frequently. Normally monsters are insane. If you really want, I can show you a specific monster that is guaranteed to kick my ass. If you want to see just how difficult these monsters normally are, because that monster, yeah, even I feel like, okay, that was way too easy. But yeah, what I'm doing now is endgame. Rolling the molding pot. This is spelled melding, but I called it the molding pot because you're constantly rolling RNG to hope to get something good. You're gambling with your armors and you're trying to increase this number. That's pretty much the end game of Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. You hunt monsters, you try to do stuff to increase the number and so on and so forth. Yeah, no, that's my biggest complaint out of this particular entry into the series is the fact that they've added an insane amount of grind with this number. Other monsters hunters have not tied so much unlock to a very specific number like this. And while previous Monster Hunter have tied unlocks to other numbers like this or this, it normally doesn't take you that long to raise this number to the level that you need it to be. In previous Monster Hunters, this number on the other hand takes much longer to raise than any other number in the game, and yeah, that is my only complaint about this particular game.
Aside from that,
This game is probably, in terms of actually fighting the monsters, this game is probably the best that Monster Hunter has ever been. It's the most fun Monster Hunter has ever been. The amount of moves that everyone is able to do in this game far outstrips every other entry in Monster Hunter. You can do so much in this game.
it's crazy.
Like this particular weapon that I'm using, this weapon I'm using called the gun lance, it's supposed to be the least mobile weapon in Monster Hunter, but this game made it the most mobile weapon in Monster Hunter.
It's crazy what they've done to the balance of the weapon balance in this game.
Like, in previous Monster Hunters, if I wanted to fight with this is all I'll be able to do. I'll just be able to hop, and stab,
Poke,
shell, hop, poke, shell, poke. That's pretty much all I'll be able to do as far as movement. But in this game, I can do this.
being able to rocket around like that.
That is unique to this game, and I think one other entry in Monster Hunter has allowed gunlance to do this, but I believe it was on a really long cooldown. In this game, I can just spam the move.
Can be a fucking rocket lance, pretty much. So yeah.
I feel like half the time I have a love-hate relationship with this game because, yeah, in terms of fighting, it's the most fun that it's ever been in the entire series, but on the other hand, the grind is the most infuriating that it's ever been in the series.
So it's
Like, I'm like, damn it, Rice. And Sunbake, why do you have to be so, like, bipolar? Oh, let me go to the washroom. When we come back, like, I'll hunt a final endgame monster. Oh no, I'm not going to make a cup noodle. I've already had one.
any break.
3-minute break, and then when I get back, I'll hunt one last monster, the hardest monster as it exists in the game right now, before the update that's about to go live in technically 45 hours, but I'm gonna be sleeping by then. And besides, it's better, whenever a big update drops, it's usually better to wait before playing, because you never know if there's like crazy scary bugs or whatnot that might wipe your save. If my save gets wiped, then I'm probably gonna cry. So yeah.
Happy. Okay, I'm back.
Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness. We'll do one exhibition hunt. This is unfortunately not going to raise my normally rank, but oh, I enjoy hunting this particular monster, so yeah, I'm going to hunt the hardest monster in the game right now. Even when the update comes out, they're probably going to introduce. I don't know, not probably. I know for a fact that they're going to introduce a harder version of this guy,
An even crazier version, but before we go, let me switch the up music.
I technically own this game on the Switch as well, but I did not buy the Sunbreak expansion on the Switch. Let me see. Let's bring back Poke Village.
The song of my home. Let's get ready to hunt the toughest monster in the game.
There is no... Yep, he doesn't exist in this list, but that's fine. Master rank.
Where are you?
I didn't know that this advanced quest existed here. Maybe we'll do that next time.
Right, okay, this.
Ryzen Crimson Glow Valstrax. I might die
Hunting this thing.
so I'm not gonna take any chances. I'm going to run Dying Lazy and Eradica, the two strongest cats in terms of making sure I don't die.
Along with Gallius and Lucica.
My favorite monster in all of Monster Hunter.
It looks cute. You mean Ryzen Crimson Glow Valstrax?
You'll see.
You'll see what this guy is all about. This guy's crazy.
Hey, let's go.
Fly.
And
Fly.
okay, he's over there in the center. We're not gonna fight him just yet. Instead, we're going to collect some buffs. I think I better collect this.
Escargot.
That's his wing sticking out of the ground. We're going to not annoy him for now. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that I could see his wing sticking out from the hill over there. He might be a large one.
戻りました。
Sorry, dying era.
肉焼き始めます。ごゆっくりどうぞ。焦らずとも良いぞ。
That's him. We're gonna get some help. Oh, he's going to. Oh god, yeah, that's him. That's how he flies. He's scary. Gonna get all the help we can to defeat this guy, because otherwise he's gonna kick my ass.
食事は大事です。
良い食べっぷりだ。
Oh god damn it. Ah, shit. Give me that. Oh god damn it. He's being annoying. Could you stay still, please? Thank you. Okay, let's go. He's in the same map as Basil Geese, so... Alright. Time for a clusterfuck. Hi! Oh god. Come on. Eat him! Come on! Right. Now we mount Basil Geese. Let's go. Okay, he's in Ryzen farm. Oh god. Oh fuck. Shit, I should have been careful of that trap. One mount waste. Ah, fucky. Okay, fuck off. Fuck off, Basil Geese, you suck ass. Leave me alone. Go away. I don't want you, I want fucking Valstrax. Are you seriously chasing me all the way here? Are you serious? Oh, now you're leaving. Motherfucker. Stay just long enough to smack me in the ass and then leave. I have to remember his moveset. Oh damn it, I'm on the wrong side of him. Fuck you!
charge. Fuck you.
やるじゃない。さすが私のお供。
Oh god. Oh, that did so much damage. Look.
恩に切るぞ。
気が利くわね。
No.
いい働きよ。
Oh shit. Okay, that's you. Oh, fuck.
もらった。
Oh, god. Oh my god.
刮目せよ。
さすが私を標的に
標
され
的にさ
てるわよ。
れているぞ。
I get right.
私を本気にさせたな。
Slam.
総流が
Oh,
できるぞ。
mountain. Okay, I'll take it.
覚悟。
We'll put him into the wall here.
蒼天。
And here.
完璧ね。
怒りであれて今だ。突撃。
行くのよ。
Slam. Ah, damn. I failed the
打ち抜く。ほら。
chance to interrupt him. Okay, he was aiming for me. Good to know.
狙われてるわよ。標的にされてるわよ。
Paralyzed.
これくらい当然です。
やり遂げた。一気に行くぞ。
助かったわ。気が利くわね。
Oh shit.
気をつけ
Shit,
て。
shit, 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 shit,
攻
shit.
撃が来るぞ。
Oh my god.
狙われてるわよ。モンスターに注意して。
Ah! Oh my god.
てるわよ。これで大丈夫。感謝する。リロード。蒼天。
Oh my god.
標的にされてるわよ。 死ぬ。気をつけて。
気をつけろ。
Oh shit. Oh shit. Not good. Not good. Oh.
一気に攻めるぞ。
We got an explosion. Nice.
手加減なんか期待しないことね。
Okay.
モンスターから目を離すな。
Just for context, what that move it was about to do is a combo that does, I believe, 3/4 of my health through my shield, and my health was too low to shield that. I wasn't sure if I could sheath my weapon in time to Superman dive it. If we didn't get that explosion right then and there, I probably would have died.
食べっぷりだ。
切れ味復活です。武器
常に
の手入
手入れは
れは大切です
怠るな。
狩り場での
回
食
復はしっかりな。
事良いものですね。
Stay right there. Thank you.
予定通りです。目標に近づきました。
Wow, there goes Luchika. What? Didn't I press the button?
Did I?
What? God damn.
Trying to get a
Chest explosion, but I'm failing.
Oh my god. Tap.
Ooh. Okay, let me set this up. Come, get into the wall. Cats, take your drugs.
And
おめでとうございます。
fuck you.
Oh shit. Second move. Ooh.
Okay.
We got an explosion. Wait,
Leaving? Really? This game could get confusing.
on the Switch's small screen.
Yeah, this is a...
It's the biggest reason why even though I originally bought it on the Switch, I rebought it on the PC because this game is really difficult to play on the small screen. And also, the unfortunate thing about this game on the Switch is that the Switch can barely handle it. It can't really maintain 30 FPS. It dips down fairly frequently into the 20s. The Switch really tries, but yeah, it can't really maintain 30. The Switch hardware is just not strong enough. Even though the devs really tried their best to get it to work on the Switch. It's gonna roar and... Did I really miss the chance to get a chest explosion again? Oh my god! Oh, that's not good. We have to get back there immediately. Did you guys fighting him right now?
Come on!
いものだ。騎士の誇りにかけて。
Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god, that does so much. Fucking. God, I only have. I'm down to my last life.
Yeah, this guy is no chill.
No chill at all.
戻ってきましたね。
どうする。良い食べっぷりだ。
The simulator.
Well, there's a limit to how many times he can die. I'm down to my last life.
So, if I die one more time, quest fail.
Even my fucking ultimate support setup isn't enough to prevent me from getting my ass kicked. Okay, maybe we can finish him off with some
Bomb.
I know you might be thinking that it's not fair to, you know, bomb the monster when he's sleeping, but
All's fair in love and war.
you fucking assholes.
Wiki wiki.
Oh my god.
怒っているようだな。
He's still alive, really?
Fuck you!
Okay.
Oh, I was so scared I was gonna fail that. Oh my fucking god. And you're going to introduce an even harder version of this guy. In 5 hours.
Oh god, oh, that's gonna be
Terrifying. Oh, well, still my favorite monster.
I like this guy so much that I actually based a I based a D&D character off of him.
Loosely. Very loosely off of him. Easy peasy, yeah, just
listening to me screaming and fearing for my life for the last 18 minutes and 34 seconds. Ooh. Oh.
Excuse me.
Ooh. This is pretty good part. If only this was something besides thunder attack. Fuck. I will lock it anyway. Need to go and say hi to all. Oh, good luck, Chan. Hey, little baby. It's Monsanto tradition to get a cute pet in the game to love you. It's for good luck. In all the previous games, it's been a adorable pet pig, but because the pig is not available in this game for some reason, instead we have this owl. This little owlet. Technically, it doesn't do anything, but it's superstition. Monsantos are superstitious a lot. We have to do everything to improve our luck, so that we can get the jobs we are looking for. Oh wow, we're done. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. This has gone longer than I thought we were going to stream for. Initially I thought we were only just going to go for 4 to 5 hours, but we had some nice cup noodles. We had some biscuits. We talked about Mario. The Mario movie that I went out to watch earlier today. We talked about we covered the Monster Hunter April digital showcase earlier. That was fun. Looking forward to the even harder version of Valstrax. Let's see. Well, I'll probably try to stream again tomorrow, so that we can try to hunt Valstrax and see just how insane he gets once he's in the anomaly system. Probably gonna get my ass kicked. But thank you everyone for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. Let me put my controller away. I love y'all. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you most likely tomorrow. I'll let you guys know on my Discord. If something comes up. But yeah, I will try to stream again. Either tomorrow or the day after. There'll definitely be one stream before Pathfinder, because I have to hunt anomaly Valstrax. That has to happen. Yeah. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below if you haven't already. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm after all. Also, leaving comments helps the algorithm as well. Let's see what else. My brain is dying. I think my coffee is starting to run out. I forgot what I wanted to say. I was supposed to say something important, but I forgot. What did I want to say? I'll let you guys know on my Discord. Thank you everyone for being here. We have Pathfinder happening this weekend, as usual. We have likely a... Oh my god, I'm falling asleep. Okay. I'm gonna end this stream before I fall asleep. I'm not going to think too hard. Thank you to my extra mall supporters. Thank you to LuckyCrabRest.com, Oxy and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kyla, Lucky Shoe, DJ Cass, God Reactor, and Dova112 for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Yeah, my brain. Okay, yeah, my brain is actually running out of juice. How long have I been awake? I think I've been awake for 20 hours. No wonder my brain is running out of juice. Okay, love you guys. I'll see you again soon. Let me just go over here and melt into the bed. It's been a long day. A really nice day. Nice long day. Lots of done stuff happened. Got some nice ramen. I really like the ramen. That ramen was so good. Just one last look at the delicious ramen that I had earlier today. So good, Chad. It's so good. Oh my god, that's so good. Really nice. I really want to eat it some of it. No, it's too expensive. Can't afford it that often.